And we are live. Welcome everybody to day 2 of Worldbuilding Con. Now, it may, if you joined us on day 1, not have escaped your notice that I am in a different room. More on that in a moment. But for folks who joined us for day 1, what was your favorite thing so far? Let us know in the chat. We're like, what are you excited for today? We have so many incredible things coming up, starting not only with this cat, but with our first guest. I would like to welcome to the stage the first guest of day 2 of Worldbuilding Con 2024. Not the cat, I promise. It's Dimitris Pavlidis. Dimitris, welcome. Yes, our only on-site guest this year is Dimitris, and we have for you a seminar on sci-fi world building, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Science fiction world building, yeah.
Very exciting. Now, before we get too much further, folks who tuned in on day 1, you know who I am, but just a recap. My name is Janet Forbes. I am a game developer. I'm a published fantasy author, and I'm also the CEO and founder of World Anvil, the world building platform, campaign management platform, and novel writing platform. And this is my cat.
Actually, this is my cat, but the fair. Yes.
All right, I'm going to oust the cat. Dimitris, can you introduce yourself, please?
Of course. So, for those who do not know me, my name is Dimitris. I am the developer behind World Anvil, or at least the first developer behind World Anvil, because World Anvil now has an incredible team of developers, and I'm serving as the CTO of the platform. I'm also a psychologist, a designer, and a web developer, in fact. And today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about science fiction. Something that I hold very near and close to my heart, and I would very much like to tell you my thoughts on it with my beautiful wife, Janet.
That's what we're going to do today.
Exactly. So, world building science fiction 101. This talk is meant to be used for people who would like to do world building with science fiction, but or at least most of the things we'll be discussing in the talk can be applied for any genre, really. Essentially, especially the first part of the talk.
Definitely.
The rest of the talk is definitely more geared towards science fiction, and we'll try to actually explain it in the whole range of science fiction, because science fiction is not necessarily one genre. People start to think about spaceships and futuristic, but that's not just science fiction. Science fiction is much more things than that. So, without further ado, let's go and talk a little bit about science fiction. So, I mean, we introduced already ourselves.
We did.
This is me.
We should probably say we are also a husband and wife team, which is why there are 2 astronauts kissing there on there.
Yeah.
And yes, our nerdiness is born of our love of each other, as well as our love of science and history and fantasy
fiction.
and world building and fiction.
I'm guessing that most of you here would know what World Anvil is, but for those that don't, World Anvil is the software we have built in 2017.
Yeah.
Or better community. We are currently 2,650,000 people in the community, and we're growing every day. And you're more than welcome, if you're not a member of the community, to come and join us. We're very happy to have you and to world build with you and see all the beautiful things that you've done. Now, we will start our presentation by discussing, generally speaking, world building and a little bit of tips and tricks of how you can make your world building easier and faster through the whole process of actually creation. Okay, so before we start anything else, let's go through those basic tips. These are Janet and I tips of how you can actually world build easier, and I will just go one by one. And if you have any questions, by the way, please at any point, feel free to ask away. We'll give some time at the end to answer any of your questions.
Shoot your questions into the chat. Kat and I are ready and waiting to grab them. And if any questions are particularly timely, we will answer them on the spot as well.
Absolutely. The first thing, of course, is create a core document of your world. That can be a world anvil, it can be a piece of a book, a binder, whatever you want, but make sure that you do not put your world building all over the place, because there is nothing more sad than losing a world because you go separating in multiple locations. Make sure that there's a core document that you keep it organized.
Or lost on a hard drive. Sadness.
Sadness. Write less than you think you need. World building is not necessarily about writing as a novel writer would. The outcome might be, like if it's a game, if it is a book, or if it's a setting, at that point you do the writing. But world building is not necessarily about the lot of words. World building is about the essence. World building is about actually making sure that you show to the world and to yourself your concepts in a document, in a piece of image, or whatever this might be, that explains your imagination essentially into some sort of medium. Writing lists or short paragraphs, not in prose. That is actually something we say a lot with Janet, and I know that the most pros of my community or of our community do not really do it because they're incredible and they love to actually present beautiful things. But at least when you start world building and you're building your world, you don't have to write prose. And don't feel intimidated because prose is hard. That's why we have incredible people, writers like my wife and other people who actually are able to do that. You don't have to start with prose. Start with a list. Make sure that you have a consistent list that explains what you want to say, and then you can expand in this list, and it can become a piece of prose. It can become a wiki-like article or whatever this you want to be. Keep your notes safe, as we've discussed before. Make sure that all your notes are in the same place, and make sure that they are well tagged and well organized. World building is a very big thing, and as it goes bigger, it will become even harder for you to manage. So make sure they're all together. Keep your notes tagged, as I said before, and easily searchable. I mean, WorldBuilder does that, but it does not have to be WorldBuilder. It can be anything you want, but make sure that you have systems that allow you to actually find what you want. There is nothing worse than wanting to work on something, you want to remember what you've written before, and being extremely difficult to find what you were looking for, because if you don't and you don't have the facility to do that, soon enough it will start crumbling down. It will not make sense anymore. There will be duplications, disconnections. This is exactly the reason that I sat down and wrote Janet's whole dumbbell for Janet, because when I first got her document in the very beginning when we met, when we actually created essentially whole dumbbell, or at least I was thinking about it, the problem was that in the same document, she had the same things 3 different times with different definitions, which was very hard, of course, because she would grab one of them at a given point and different things will happen essentially in the world. World build for yourself first. Again, this goes back to what we're talking about prose. Don't always, or at least not in the beginning, think about what others would think or how would you present it. If you don't understand it, nobody else will. So write first for you, and then you can write for others. Don't forget also, we will discuss it afterwards as well, but it's very important to remember that it's very important to remember, and I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, it's very important to remember that if you actually manage to miss your point on what you were writing, when it's time to actually flip it around and change the way that you present it, because you want to lie to your audience, essentially, you won't be able to do it. And finally,
this also goes back to what R.A. Salvatore was saying in his keynote yesterday, which is it has to make sense. It has to all hang together. It has to be logical. And that starts with world building for yourself and making the logic clear to you. If you're world building first for the reader and you're only building what the reader is seeing, it's very hard to get that depth of logic into a world that makes it feel really rigorous. That's a world that you can tell lots and lots of stories in because there's lots of space. But if you're world building for somebody else first, you'll never get that depth because you're always building the shell. You're never building the juicy center of the world.
Absolutely. And finally, set session goals and a timer. World building is hard. And for those of you who don't know from psychology, we tend to go away from things that are hard as humans.
Yes.
So we need to actually find ways to make sure that we pull and create a good habit. So create a session. Say, for example, I will be writing every Thursday for half an hour. That is enough.
Yeah.
Because you're still going to have half an hour every Thursday. That's 2 hours a week, which is 8 hours a month, which is pretty much over 80 hours of world building every year. That's not a small amount of time.
There's another tangent to that, which is world building isn't just hard. You're not just setting a timer and a goal because you need to make sure you are doing the thing. You also need to set a timer and a goal because world building is connections. We will talk more about this later.
Yes.
A truly rich world is a world where things are deeply connected together. And that means it's really easy to get lost on a tangent when you are world building. You know that you need to build the organization, but you end up writing about such and such's mother-in-law's shoes because you went there and you created the guy in the organization and then you created the mother-in-law and then suddenly the mother-in-law had important shoes and you're still not writing about the organization that you needed to. That's why session goals and timers can be so valuable as the other side of that problem.
Excellent. And of course, I will say once again, if you have not seen our Agile World Building Method video, go check it out. It's definitely on our YouTube, and you can find it in World Anvil underneath the meta section. Absolutely. It's always there during the introduction as well.
Yeah. Our YouTube channel, by the way, is youtube.com/worldanvil. So you'll be able to find it there as well.
For those who are not there already, of course.
Yes.
Exactly. So where to start world building for science fiction? I mean, I think that if there is a single question that I'm always being asked whenever we are in a convention or even in World Anvil, is always, but where do I start? So let me try to give you some clarity. Where do you start when it comes to science fiction? Or my mouse decides to follow my lead. Excellent. So first of all, before we even go to that, I would like to say that if we were to decide what science fiction is about, or actually define what is it, it is the biggest what if that exists. Because it is always about speculation with science fiction. It's definitely not something that happened already. In most cases, science fiction is about something that is about to happen, or it will happen, or it will happen very long ago. But we always start with this. And when you write any setting, you should always think about this. What if we found a way to time travel? What if nuclear winter has fallen? What if artificial intelligence becomes aware? All of those are massive questions, questions that actually talk very deeply into ourselves as humans, but also in the whole of humanity as an entity.
The human condition, really.
Exactly, yeah. In World Anvil, a best way to actually do that is to sit down and actually check out the meta. I know it is not to talk about the meta, but there is, as I said before, a video that is very clear about how you can actually start world building.
You should explain to them what the meta is.
I will. A meta is a piece of document that is effectively the getting started questions that you should ask yourself when you're starting to build something. You don't have to start there, but it will definitely give you the best chance that you have to create something that is consistent. And I'm saying that because people many times say, oh, I have not done the meta. Why would I do the meta? It's not about doing it, although it does help a lot. It's about having something that you can actually return back to and check that you have written something that is still in alignment with what you wanted to build in the first place. Because if you don't have a document like that, if you don't have a main guide, like essentially your North Star in many ways, your meta is the North Star of your world. It's the place for you to go back to and check what you want to do and say to yourself, am I still in line? Am I still going where I'm supposed to be going? That's why I feel the meta is very important, not because it gives you context. In most cases, you are very creative people. You know already what you want to world build.
Yeah.
But would you remember it in 6 months from now?
I will say as well that often when we start to world build, we have it starts in different places. We have a character, or we have a scenario, or we have a vibe, or we have, a movie that we've just watched that set our brain on fire, and we want to make something like that. And I think the meta is a very good way of interrogating that initial inspiration, whatever it is, or speculation,
exactly,
and really pinning it down into things that you can action rather than just a vibe. It's very hard to action a vibe. Yeah. But once you say, okay, this vibe feels like solar punk science fiction, or it feels like military science fiction, if you can define a little bit the genre, if you can define a little bit why you want to world build it and what's important for this vibe or this scenario or this thing that you have in your head, that can really get you a long way. And again, that meta is all available for free on World Anvil.
And I will say, because I think it is a truth universally acknowledged to wink to somebody here, that in many cases we see something, maybe we read a book, we see a movie, and then we're like, oh my God, I would like to run something like that. I would like to write something like that. And we start with this vibe and we start writing. And what is happening most of the time is that you write 1, 2, 3 articles about the random ideas that came into your mind, and then you are stuck. Yeah. And you are stuck because you only had the vibe, and the vibe is gone. And now you're stuck with something that will be one more world that will never be filled because it never had foundation.
Because you can't action a vibe, guys.
Exactly. So, another way to define science fiction is that in order to build the future, you need to know the past.
Yeah, I was going to say that's especially true for any science fiction that takes place on Earth, on alternate Earth, on anything to do with Earth, even if it's like our universe but a different corner of it, that is especially true.
I think it's true for every science fiction, to be fair. Think of the history, and what do I mean by that? The main differentiator between science fiction and science fantasy or fantasy is the fact that your what if is based on, as we said before, a speculation. But a speculation by de facto means that there was a line of actions, a line of events that brought you to the starting point that from which you use as a jump off point to speculate.
Yes.
So with that in mind, you cannot really create a setting and you cannot really expand the setting without understanding why that setting came to be at the point of dissonance, the point that you decide that you actually go there and I will alter things. Like what if, for example, all women disappeared? Or what if, all men just suddenly had, two heads, whatever this might be. I mean, that's not really science fiction, but but still, it is speculation.
Yeah, what if aliens turned up tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's a science fiction
So
what if.
the way that the world will react on this new reality has very much to do with the history of the world, right? Like, is the Earth a single nation? Were they at war already? What are the aliens going to do based on this information kind of thing? All of that is about actually understanding the history of what was. And the second part I wanted to actually define here is that, as you all know, history is written by the victors. What does this mean? This means that when you're writing your setting, you, as the creator of the setting, might know the true history of the world, but you, also the one who controls the narrative in one way or more ways than one, which actually means that what you write in your setting for the people to see can be very different from reality. And the history, for example, for the aliens might be that the aliens actually don't just arrive. The aliens were here for hundreds of years. They just decided to make an appearance now, for example. And some might have known, some might have not. That will deeply affect the future of this setting.
And the present, the reception
Exactly.
of what happens. If they infiltrated and that's discovered, that's going to affect everybody's perception of them. That's going to affect what happens next. And what happens next is your book, is your game, is the thing that you're world building for.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk a little bit about
the present.
The present. Whatever this point that we are essentially removing ourselves from the current reality, or we make the flick, the what if, the whatever this might be, there will be some points and some cases that we will need to define this world, this place, this reality in anywhere. So the first question you ask yourself is, okay, this is what the what if. How and what does it affect? Like, if aliens come, who is affected by this? Is the tribe that used to live in the Amazon even affected? They won't even know it's there. Or maybe they saw a spaceship and now they believe they're gods, for example, but there will be a way for people to be affected. What are the core locations and regions? And I'm talking about geological or geographical regions. I'm talking about regions of speculation, of study that are affected. What are the relationships of the organizational and interorganizational relations in your world? In other words, the powers of your world, those who are important, how are they related to each other, and how does the event or events affect themselves and the trajectory that will take in the future? In other words, if aliens come, will the United States be friendly, or will they actually shoot them down in the sky by using Will Smith, for example, to destroy everyone, for example? Will they become friendly? Will they, consider them gods? Whatever this might be, it is important because at this point, you had a set of rules that are broken or changed or slowly altered, because it's not always about essentially the massive change of an alien nation coming down to Earth. It might be something like, for example, AI is becoming more intelligent. We see it right now. Or AI is becoming more creative, for example. A very big subject in our community at this point. What are the inbound events? Essentially, most what-ifs are the beginning of a domino.
Yes.
So what is the domino? How will that actually extend within your world? Which subjects and which areas will it affect, and how? And finally, exploration and discovery. I'm not talking necessarily about exploration and discovery of new lands or new place or anything like that, but consider the fact that every new what if brings a series of questions that actually follow it. Exploring those questions and discovering the answer behind these questions will probably be a very important part of the setting, which actually means for you, you need to define what are these questions going to be and how people will perceive them.
One of my mantras when world building, and I always try and share this with others, is a sci-fi setting often starts with what if, but then if this, then what? If this, then what? And that's the series of questions you'll end up into to create this rich world, this world that makes sense altogether.
Absolutely. And I will go back to the meta because the if this, then what can get you very far away.
Yes.
The meta can also become a sounding board of how far do I go? Because, Elven shoes, as we say in this community, it can go very deep. And you don't necessarily have to go very deep. You have to go just a little bit deeper than people expect for you to have a believable setting. Say that once again, because that's very important. Generally speaking, humans are able to track a very small amount of things at any given point. If your setting is slightly bigger than the amount of things that people can actually track, so 4 or 5 events aspects happening at the same time, you already have a setting that feels grand because it's bigger than what normally people can track at any given point.
So this is what we would call the world drama
Exactly.
in your meta. This is the current affairs, the things that are going on right now. They can be both positive and negative and neutral, and they can be perceived differently by different people. But having essentially 5 things that would hit the newspaper is a good start when you're thinking about current affairs and different levers you can pull to be telling interesting stories.
Absolutely. So, what was, what is, and where is it heading? This is essentially a section that will discuss the main, let's say, topics that will be very impactful and important to ask questions about or to be asked questions about depending on the science fiction setting that you're building. And for all of those that I will discuss right now, you should always ask the question, what was? So how was this before the what if? What is right now? And where is it heading? The trajectory is something we don't discuss very often, but is very important. For example, we might be in a place that there was famine, and suddenly we have, for example, a new technology that allows humans to have food for everyone. One might say we already have that. And where is it heading, though? It is very important because it might be that it was discovered, but actually it's controlled by a very small elite, and people are still starving. So where is it heading? Actually, it's still going for famine, but it changes the dynamic, for example.
Absolutely. And even establishing as basic as, is it trending upwards? Is it trending downwards?
Downwards, yeah.
Is something that's really going to help you with the attitude towards it as well. So these are, I'm so sorry. These upcoming slides, these are, if you're following along with the meta, these are the focus points. These are the typical areas that you are digging down when you are telling sci-fi stories. This is not exclusive, but these tend to be the things that you want to think about for most science fiction stories. Again, building the past, the what was, the present, what is at this moment, and the trajectory. Where is this headed?
Excellent. So I will start with a bit of economy and sociology, since, it's very close to my heart as well. So
social psychologist, master's degree here.
Yeah. Connecting and segregation factors, essentially. What is the things that connects people and what puts them apart? National and international politics and religious beliefs and ideologies are 2 very important things that always affect. Any science fiction what if always is based in one of those 2, and it will impact one of those 2. It can be, for example, in The Expanse, for example, how did the different factions are affected by the introduction of the proto-molecule, for example, to talk about something like that. Or how, for example, the universe is changing because of the destruction of the Order 66 and the death of the Jedi, essentially, as an organization, for example. Religious beliefs and ideologies are also very important. Do not Science fiction, although it is about technology, it is about also belief and social understanding. Like, the evolution of the human thinking is also in many ways evolution in science, right? Like, if our minds are open because of something that we have found, and as a humanity we are embracing it, we are actually moving ahead. It might be, for example, that humanity accepts artificial intelligence as equal. That is momentous. It is great, and it will shake foundations in terms of religious beliefs and ideologies for sure across mankind, for example.
And then you can write Picard as a Star Trek reference.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm a big fan.
Exactly.
Like, you need the next generation before you can write Picard.
Social stratification and social mobility, also very important. So the what ifs that we are actually creating, they will change how society is stratified. Technology tends to have that effect a lot. Technology tends to, through history at least, to become the great normalizer or the great essentially equalizer in many ways. But it's not always the case. And in some cases, actually, it's exactly the opposite. So to quote Oppenheimer, actually I will not quote Oppenheimer, but the point is Oppenheimer and Einstein were two people that worked on the same field exactly, and the results of their work was absolutely on the opposite spheres of the spectrum. And that made massive changes in the way that people understood the humanity around them and actually the world around them. The social stratification of the modern nations was shaped by the Second World War more than many other events on the modern history kind of thing. And also, social mobility is something that we always are seeing after massive technological advancements. Agriculture, for example, when it first came out, changed specifically and significantly how humans existed. It created a new class of people in many ways. Taxations and tax collectors actually are coming because of that. We didn't have taxation before we actually had agriculture because we didn't have, and writing, exactly. All of those things are very important. We have to think about them. Personal and economic power. How does a technology or ideology changes the perception of a human in terms of how and what money can buy and what is important to buy or what is important to possess or not?
Yeah.
As we said before, for example, in Star Trek, the idea of money is being replaced, at least within the borders of the Federation kind of thing. There are many ways that is affected, and it affects both the Federation and people around the Federation, of course. And of course, rule of law, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, validation and protection of rights. Every science and every technology that we'll actually be seeing will be affecting those. Yes. A good example for that, funny enough, right now, is the TikTok ban that people are talking about. TikTok managed to create an algorithm that actually brought people together and actually changed the social stratification of our world and the way people can actually, have a living or anything like that. And suddenly law comes in there to put boundaries. It will always happen one way or another because laws are supposed to be there to modify and balance, in some cases, keep on the status quo. Yeah. Well, not suppress necessarily, but like potentially, very potential, depending on the kind of society we're in. But also don't forget that laws from the beginning were supposed to keep the status quo, like to keep it as it is, because we know what it is. New is difficult for change for a society kind of thing.
And also remember that when we're world building, we're already dealing with a complex system, and the real world is an even more complex system. So every change that you introduce is going to have all of those ripples around it. And that's where the rule of law comes in, is mitigating how those ripples affect.
Biology, divergent evolution, and this is a more open category, but it does talk actually about health and access to health. Yes. How, for example, anything from altered carbon we were discussing some days ago, for example, how the technology that was discovered, an alien technology that was discovered that allowed humans to be able to put their being and their soul into a chip changes the beliefs and understanding of the world, how immortality, travel across the stars, the sense of time is affected.
Yeah. Transhumanism, cloning, all of this stuff goes under biological technologies.
Exactly. Speciation, of course, sapiens and sapiens. How do we actually blur those boundaries, and how and where? Natural and accelerated evolution, biological and artificial life, or mechanical life. Like, what is life is one of the most important questions that the core of science fiction always has asked itself. And of course, environment and ecology. We have solar punk, we have exactly the opposite, essentially. We have also like steampunks and cyberpunk. All of those are trying to actually see what if essentially the environmental technology around the environment and the ecology of a place is altered. Even if your setting is not about these things, they are probably being affected on one way or another.
Yes.
Because, as we said before, a what if is just a beginning in the stretch of a massive domino.
Absolutely.
As the domino tiles fall, different sectors around what you were actually building initially will start to be affected on one way or another, and you have to keep it in mind because it can change the world in its entirety.
Absolutely. And the other thing that it changes, and this one, I want to say maybe more than the other focus points, is the human experience, which after all is what we are writing about, even when our humans aren't human. Do humans still suffer from cancer? Do they suffer from disease? Do they even die? Like, these are big, important questions that you can tackle if you choose to dive into this as a focus point. And you can also go the other way. You can say, okay, but now there's this new plague that has come to light because something. That's also interesting. That also affects the world. And again, go back to your meta. Is this supposed to be a dark and gritty world? Use this. Is this supposed to be a bright and hopeful utopia? Use this. This is a tool. This is a lever that you can pull. And this is an opportunity to bring in things that will reinforce your genre and your tone and your statement about the human experience.
Absolutely. Well, of course, when we talk about science fiction, we cannot talk about technology or engineering.
We cannot not talk about
yes,
technology.
we cannot not talk about technology, of course, and engineering. I'm pretty sure that most of you here understand the difference between technology and engineering, but I could just say that technology, as with science, is actually the initial understanding of an idea or of a foundation or of a new science, while engineering is the application of it in engineering or other technologies that use that technology in order to bring something to life, okay? So, first of all, big questions that you should always ask. Availability. Cool, we have cloning now. Who has access to it?
Yeah.
Is it accessible to everyone? How is it accessible? Is it expensive? Is it cheap? Is it constrained? Is it actually regulated in many ways, kind of thing?
Is it reliable?
That very question can be the definition around whole settings in science fiction. Trajectory, as we discussed before, is cool. Technology or engineering X factor has existed now, like it's now a thing. Where does it go? Like, what the technology itself, what does it actually, how is it applied, and how does it change the thing that is applied into? Like, if let's say cloning exists, does this change the lives of people in daily life? Does it extend the human life? Does it extend the human life of specific amount of people? Does it make people don't care about their life because suddenly they can just replace their bodies, so suddenly actually they become much more YOLO, exactly. Pretty much that's what I'm putting it. Yeah.
Foolhardy, shall we say.
Foolhardy is a much better word, I think, for Worldbuilding Con. And then key technologies and their impact in daily life, military, and industry. Every single thing, as atomics, for example, or essentially nuclear science, will have different changes in the life of people around the world, military and industry. Of course, to get actually nuclear fusion and fission as an idea in daily life, it completely changed the world. Not only it killed 75,000 people in 2 days, it also changed our world for 20 years going into the Cold War. The lives of people were affected so profoundly because of that. Communism and capitalism and the US against the USSR started an era of like a race across the stars, and pretty much the fear of war, the fear of espionage, all of those things happen just because of that domino falling to begin with. And in daily life, people would have, for example, to, how do you call that? Duck and
cover.
Duck and cover, exactly. Like the fear of every day that, a nuclear missile can fall on your head really impacts your life, kind of thing. In military, I mean, I wouldn't even go into there. We know exactly what happened. And in industry, how does nuclear fusion actually change the world? What kind of access did it give us and to what? That is also very important to think about. And of course, when we talk to science fiction and we talk about essentially technology engineering, we always have to consider that you are at the verge of a breakthrough, of a new discovery or a new exploration, which comes with tangibles and intangibles. And what does this mean is that every new discovery and every time that we are actually approaching towards a new boundary, we have things that everybody has access and they understand, and things that people do not understand, but that are still happening around them. For example, the proto-molecule, again, I'll go there because it's a very good example.
From the Expanse.
From the Expanse, has an extremely big different way of actually thinking. Like, for example, I don't want to ruin it for everyone who has not seen it just yet, but the applications you're going to have to agriculture was something nobody was thinking about, and it has a massive effect after the events that originally affected, for example, the Earth. So consider always what are the things that you will see directly from whatever happened and the things that will be happening in the future, or they are brewing slowly, like simmering in the park. And of course, adaptation, evolution, and opposition. Every new idea or every new technology will be adapted slowly or faster by others. I'm talking about the new Vision Pro from Apple, for example. People are making fun of people walking around the street with them. It will evolve as adapts. People will actually change it and upgrade it and change it. And will, of course, will have opposition. It will have people who are completely against it. And that by itself will create actually a core of drama and interest in your world, like how people react in the negative way on something. There's not going to be all like rays and sunshine there. There's definitely going to be opposition. And honestly, for you, that's great because that's exactly what you want to happen there. Communications, logistics, travel, and transportation are four things that are very interlinked, but they always have to be considered with how do you call that? I'm sorry, my eloquence is gone today. They have to be considered with extreme punity, I would say, essentially, because no matter the technology, it always affects communications, logistics, travel, and transportation, one way or another. So how and why? Because wars are won and empires are fall and rise based on those four things. How do people communicate? How do people move from one place to another? And how things move from one place to another? If you're creating a science fiction setting, always consider this. It will make a massive difference on people's everyday life.
Orson Scott Card.
Orson Scott.
I'm catching it. Orson Scott Card, who sadly is not quite the human we would him to be, but is an excellent writer on science fiction and fantasy, writes specifically about the impact of communication and logistics, not just on the big stuff, like what can be done, what an empire can do, but also on the feeling of a story. So it's a very different feeling. If you're on a remote colony, it's a very different feeling if backup can be there in 2 minutes, or if backup is 5 months away. That creates a completely different command structure, a completely different feeling for the story. Everything is different. And that's one of the reasons it's so important to get these things right. Somebody mentioned yesterday the moment in the Game of Thrones TV series where a raven flies at the speed of light to deliver a message, and all the fans felt betrayed because they felt like the world didn't work around the story. They felt the world wasn't true. And that's the kind of problem you can run into if you don't figure out how your communication and logistic works in a sci-fi world. Set your rules or you will give yourself grief, and you'll also cheat yourself out of some really wonderful character moments and character difficulties.
And as RPG Dinosaur Bob said, the spice must flow.
Yeah, it's an entire
premise,
an entire world based around the logistics of a single resource. Yeah, very true.
Art, architecture, fashion, and design. I cannot stress it enough. or how important these are and how often people forget about them.
Yeah.
The human condition might be changed by technology, but the human condition will change the technology, and it will take it, adapt it, change it, and mold it to have its creativity ascended and altered.
Yes.
Okay, it will affect the technology, and the technology will be affected by them. It will affect engineering, engineering will be affected by them. It will affect social consciousness and ethics. Always consider those things. A technology does not exist in a vacuum. It exists within the human condition, and art, architecture, fashion, and design are always a way that we show the human condition to the world. They are inexplicably connected and always forgotten for some reason. Please think about them before you go.
We left this one for the end.
Yes,
for good reason.
but I think it's very important to define essentially prevalent powers. So in a world, as we discussed in the very beginning of this section, there are going to be powers. There are going to be nations. There are going to be organizations, mega corporations, leagues, alliances, whatever this means. These will be the people who will make the decisions about the technology, science, discovery, whatever this might be, will change. These are the movers and the shakers. These are the people who define the trajectory. So always think about what is their source of power, what are their core values, how do they show themselves to the world, what do they really want, and what do they are able to do, and how do they communicate, and how do they communicate with each other. In things like Cyberpunk, for example, which is about mega corporations, these prevalent powers is probably the A and the Omega. Like,
yes,
this is
absolutely. This is the first focus point on the meta. It is the most important thing.
Exactly.
Organizations versus individuals.
Exactly. But also organizations versus organizations as well.
Yes.
Like, essentially, the relationships of those will take control of how the thing that was discovered will be used,
Absolutely.
or banned, or coded, or codified, or changed, whatever this might be. So now that you know who they are, you should remember one very important part, which is organizations are effectively groups of people with the same beliefs and the same thoughts or the same agenda. But they are people.
Yeah.
And people are those who make actually things go around and work. So the most prevalent and influential people will use their reputation, their beliefs, agenda, and ethos to shape the world. So these are the characters, the people in your world that will make the change happen, and that will actually be the movers of your story. Because when it comes to writing a good story, or even a good RPG, or even a good setting, all of the things we discussed before are the reality, but the way you communicate them is via the events that change history. And the events, unless essentially acts of God or acts of like random effect, essentially, are caused by people. So define who these people are, and you will have a setting that will feel rich and important and interesting and easily trackable by people.
Yes.
In closing, I think you can read it, but I will say that actually, why don't you read it, Janet? It's easier for you to read. Yeah.
A world is an intricately connected system of simple nodes. The complexity, the richness of your setting comes from this interaction between those nodes. That's what generates events. That's what generates attitudes and characters and issues and problems and conflicts. All of the juice that we need to tell our stories. Technology is extremely important, particularly in sci-fi, but it's the people and the organizations that lead and define how technology is used, how it's created. They define how it affects the world and how it is restricted from affecting the world. When you're world building, write only about the important things. Don't feel you need to put everything from this presentation into a world. It will be like 8 books and a trench coat. Only write the stuff that is important for your vision, your vibe, your genre, your story. Write in short, clean bullet points, paragraphs, especially when you're starting, especially when you're writing for yourself. Keep it simple. That means that it's easier to read, easier to reference, and easier to edit if you need to change something in the earlier stages. And only expand on a topic that is important to your story. How do you know it's important to your story? Either it's related intricately with your genre, you can't avoid it. It's related intricately with your idea, it's a key premise, or you've fallen in love with it and it must be there. That's how you know it's important. Everything else can wait. Ignore what everyone tells you. Everything else can wait. You can add it in post. And make sure your work is stored, is searchable, is referenceable. Make sure you can find the hard work that you have done. This is so critical. So many world builders have lost their notes, written on the back of a piece of paper, lost on a dead hard drive, taken from a stolen laptop. This happened to me once. It was heartbreaking. Make sure you can find and reference your notes, organize them, tag them, name them clearly. It will save you time and grief, and it will help you propel yourself into the next step of your world building.
Or you can just use Worldbuilder, just saying here.
Yeah, we made a thing for that because, you know,
Yes.
a hard drive died, a laptop was stolen, Google Docs didn't work. We made Worldamble for that. But whatever works for you guys.
That is a friendly reminder for those here that if you do want to check out Goldanville within the next 72 hours, we have a code called Worldbuilding Con WBCon24 that gives 60% off annual membership. This is for new members only, guys. And I think Janet actually has prepared something really cool for the guild members as well.
Yes,
right?
guild members, if you fill the feedback form, we are entering you into a special thank you raffle, especially for the guild members. Yeah, we'll be giving away some grab your hammer and go world build mugs. In fact, this one is grab your coffee and go world build. We've got coffee and tea ones and some other shiny things as well. Just to thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for showing up and sharing your amazing questions. Speaking of which, Dimitris.
I would say, I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I don't know if we have any time for questions.
We sure do. We were very restrained this time.
Good.
This talk was originally 90 minutes, guys. We have cut a lot to make it work for the for the slot. Let's have a look. Oh, there's a wonderful one. Where do you draw the line between science fiction and fantasy? And this is specifically for setting and world building.
Absolutely. I think this is a very clear distinction, actually. If you decide to say that what you're building is science fiction, the key premise that you're making should be, as I said before in the beginning of the presentation, a clear derivative of previous technological or scientific advancements of your world. In fantasy, we have the idea to say this exists and that exists. Or, for example, this changed and that changes. But in a science fiction setting, we are at least believably constrained by the laws of the world that we're in and by the past of the world that we're currently essentially exploring.
There is a comment in the chat that I wanted to address. MythX has said, isn't it amazing how often sci-fi affects the real world? Here we are. Sci-fi often informs technology.
Oh, absolutely.
I think me and Kat putting that up at the same time. I've got it, Kat. Thank you so much. The danger of too many people clicking buttons. I cannot say much, but I can say that there is at least one government that is passing sci-fi books in order to develop new technologies. This is like an established thing that exists in the world that people are doing. I mean, and I can't tell you how I know that, and I can't tell you anything more than that, but I can tell you that that is a thing that is going on right now in the real world. Like, governments are looking to sci-fi writers for the next step. That's us, guys. That's our responsibility.
I mean, we already have a lot of science fiction that became science.
Yes, absolutely.
Helicopter is one of them, very importantly, for example.
The iPad, right? The mobile phone. These are things like the iPad as specifically and the mobile phone. These are things that they had on Star Trek that somebody went, oh my God, that's a great idea. We need that. And it's something that started as a sci-fi, you know, a piece of fantasy, a piece of like imagination from someone. And, you know, people said, yes, let's make that happen. Let's have a look. We've got some wonderful questions here. Oh, a great one from Kai Hanna. How do you stop from getting overwhelmed in world building?
That's a very good question. So Remember what I told you in the very beginning when it comes to the meta about finding a core, a baseline that you want to follow. World building does, in fact, can be overwhelming and it can actually become too much. In fact, for most people, especially when they first started, the first experience they will have will be overwhelmed. If you feel the meta, you create yourself some constraints and you say, I will go that far and no further. That is one of the ways that you can actually stop yourself from being overwhelmed. You cannot create everything, okay? You cannot create a world at the end of the day. You are creating a snapshot. You're creating essentially a small facet in a massive crystal. And then you allow your readers on your book or your players on your game to look through this looking glass on that part of the world. So, as Janet say, always create the big picture in small paint, like brush strokes, and then find a small piece that you will focus on and write in detail. And if you find yourself going away from those two, like very wide and high but small, or very detailed but smaller, then don't. And that's how you stop the overwhelm.
Absolutely. Quick question here about maps. Any thoughts on creating maps of galaxies or regions of galaxies?
Yes. Actually, first of all, even if you start to build a map for a region of galaxy or a galaxy, I would say that, first of all, don't start with a map. Start with your story, because the story will define for you how this map will be created. In other words, if faster than travel is not existent, you should not be building a galaxy map because they will never be used. If it exists, the question is, how does it work? And what are the limitations and what are the powers and what the problems it has? Because that will actually define how the maps are drawn. Because maps are drawn by people who went in places or seen the places. Doing something? Oh, that's my mark. Yeah. So that's actually a map of my galaxy for my current game. And as you noticed, actually the only thing that actually are visible and actually written in any way are the places which are based on between my gates, which is the red lines, which essentially people can actually go very quickly, and the things that are around in a radius, because that is the faster, the closest they can actually travel safely within those boundaries. So an example of a map being drawn because of that. Hey, don't show my game master secrets.
Look at all those settlements.
Do you have another question, Janet, or are you going to show everything about my setting?
I just got excited by the map. I beg your pardon. I will pop this down now. Sorry, folks. Interactive maps, very addictive. I'm sorry. Let's have a look. What are the best starting points to begin when constructing a world? Is it important? What is important to establish first? So we really touched on that in this talk.
Yes.
You start with the meta information. So whatever inspiration has brought you to, oh, I want to build such and such a world, a vibe, an idea, a character, a situation, a story that you want to tell, you need to start, or we recommend starting with considering, okay, interrogate the vibe. What genre is this vibe? What kind of media is this going to be for? Is this going to be for a book, or is this going to be for an RPG? That's important because you need slightly different information for different genres. Is this going to be something that's very grim and dark and gritty? Is this going to be something that's bright and utopian, or somewhere in the middle?
And then what kind of a story it's going to say? Is it going to be a military campaign? Is it going to be a film noir-ish kind of like investigation campaign? Is it going to be political game? Is it going to be, exploration? All of those will change what you're going to be writing. So, for example, with exploration, the location is going to be very important. If it is actually about, for example, a new technology, the technology itself will be very important. So go down to the very basics and write the very basics before you do anything else. That's how you start, because this will give you inspiration to continue working essentially and will establish the baseline. But as Janet said, the meta will be very important. I know most people do not start with that necessarily, but do it as quickly as possible. If not the first, do it as quickly as possible. It will help you immensely.
Yes, absolutely. Kat, if you could share that blog on the meta that we had, I think that would be really helpful for people. Just to get a little bit more of an idea without logging into World Anvil and reading all of the questions that are in there. Okay, I think we probably have time for one final question. And this is a great one. For a cozy game, can you avoid religion and politics and still have it feel real? So
I don't know if it's talking still about science fiction, but I think the answer is most definitely yes.
Yes. So when we're talking cozy, we're talking about stakes. When we say epic, we're talking about world-shaking stakes. We're talking about nations fighting nations, aliens coming in from the, a tear in the space-time continuum. World-shaking stakes. That's epic. Cozy is the opposite of that. Cozy is things happening to people. Cozy is, building a relationship with somebody. It's creating
things
a family.
happening to people, but also not very high stakes.
Yes.
Even that, essentially.
Yes, absolutely. So recently, Legends and Lattes was a cozy fantasy. It's about an orc who decides to build a coffee shop. That's the basic premise. Some things happen. There is some drama, but basically, it's an orc that built a coffee shop. That is a great example. It doesn't go deeply into either religion or politics, and you don't have to in sci-fi either. You can mention them. Such and such is religious. It doesn't need to be a big thing in your setting. It doesn't need to be a big conflict point.
I'm now thinking of actually RimWorld.
Yes.
But the Stardew Valley experience. So RimWorld.
Stardew RimWorld.
Stardew RimWorld kind of thing. This is what I'm thinking of when I cozy science fiction.
I mean, there are cozy science fiction stories and novels. They exist, and it's about people existing in a sci-fi world.
Yes, absolutely.
A world with different technology. So yes, it's absolutely possible. You need to choose the focus points that are going to be relevant for you. This is what we were saying. You remember when we had those big slides where it was talking about and the biology and the organizations. Choose what is important for your setting. If the sci-fi element is technology, then talk about how the technology affects everyday life. You can add a drop of water and have an entire roast chicken. That's technology. That's futuristic technology, but it's cozy technology. It's roast chicken technology. It's not Oppenheimer technology. So yeah, it's all about stakes. It's all about scale, and you really can choose what elements you want to put in, what elements you want to focus on.
Absolutely. I don't think we have time for more questions.
I was going to ask you for your final thoughts on building sci-fi.
Science fiction is an extremely beautiful endeavor, but in my experience, at least, as Asimov said, science fiction, although it is about technology, it's really about the human condition. So whatever you're building, always think of the human element, because this is the beginning and the end of every setting when it comes to science fiction. And that is what is really being affected at the end of the day. By the way, guys, if you had questions that have not been answered right now, I know we're actually short on time. I will be coming back online with the amazing wife, Janet, and Tracy at the end of the convention.
Yes.
For a Q&A session later on. So I will try to answer questions there as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you so very, very much for having me. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to do a presentation here, Janet, with you. Guys, I hope you enjoy the rest of the Worldbuilding Con. That's all from me, Janet. I will leave it back to you. And I'm going to roll to my other side.
You're going to roll out. Woo! Sci-fi technology, people. So, folks, do I have a program for you? We've been talking about where to start with sci-fi. We've been talking about, where to start with world building. That's literally the topic of our next panel with Dominique Dickey, Tracy Hickman, and Andy Law. Tracy Hickman and Andy Law, you will have seen yesterday. They were both mind-blowing, and they're back. I'm very much looking forward to this. And the wonderful Dominique Dickey as well. Planning Your World. That will be live in 15 minutes, which means you have time to go grab a drink, and I'll see you right back here. See you soon, guys. And we are back, guys. Welcome back for more Worldbuilding Con goodness. It is day 2. The facts, the inspiration has been flying. And of course, we have what for many will be the most important panel of the con. Where do you start world building? And my goodness, do I have some heavy hitters to help you with this question. Let's start with Andy Law. You will have seen him yesterday. He is still an award-winning tabletop games designer and cartographer. He is still an extraordinarily excitable teller of tales. And we've been dancing together in the green room. I feel I should share that also. He's best known for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, a game he has helped design, write, illustrate, map, and produce for longer than he prefers to remember. He is also, amongst others, has worked for Fantasy Flight Games, Green Ronin, Hunters Entertainment, Chaosm, and Critical Role, where he's employed to breathe life into other people's worlds with maps and words. I cannot imagine a better person. Well, I'm going to eat my words in a second. I cannot imagine a better member of the team to talk about starting worlds and kicking them off. Andy, you seem excitable as always. How are you doing today?
I am doing marvelously and looking forward to the good old dance as we make our way through how to get your world building from I've got an idea to I've actually done it.
Doing the thing. That's what
doing
this
the
panel
thing.
is all about. And next up, we have Dominique Dickey, a writer, editor, cultural consultant, and Nebula Award-winning RPG hooligan. In addition to creating a trial, a narrative courtroom tabletop role-playing game about race in the criminal justice system, and co-creating tomorrow on Revelation 3, a tabletop role-playing game about surviving and building community on a hyper-capitalist space station, Dominic has written for Thirsty Sword Lesbians, Dungeons and Dragons, and Pathfinder, and is currently working for Monte Cook Games. Welcome, Dominique. It is such a pleasure to have you back with us at Worldbuilding Con.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Wonderful. Are you ready to talk about building worlds from the ground up?
Absolutely.
Are you hyped?
Very ready to get into where to start and where to end.
Boom. There we are. The most important bookmarks in our process. And finally, a man who needs no introduction, but I shall attempt to anyway. New York Times best-selling fantasy and science fiction author. Game designer. He wrote the Dragonlance novels. He was one of the co-creators of Strad von Sarovic, as well as many other wonderful and momentous additions to the most famous role-playing game. Tracy. Okay, I must now explain.
I had to do the dance.
I feel I should add some context. We have been discussing the various forms of fictional chair dancing, such as the West Highland Scottish seat dance, the Lowland bench wiggle, and the British posterior fidget. In the background, as we were
we've already
preparing
started
for the
a
panel.
World Amble article on this very subject, as a matter of fact, and we're looking for cross references at this point.
Indeed. So if you're wondering where to start world building, there are probably better places than chair dances, but there are probably worse places too.
No, it works for me. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I fear we will descend into good-natured chaos if I do not get this moving. And while I am here for that, maybe we should wait for the closing address, Tracy, to get into the true chaos. Let's start with this. Where do you start world building? Where does the initial setting premise come from? Do you have a process that generates ideas, or is it all Highland chair dancing and nothing else? Dominique, I'm going to let you have a crack at this one first. Where do your original ideas come from?
Yeah, I feel like my answer to this is very nebulous because the answer is like everywhere. I think that it can be very simple as like seeing an article or like a headline or a social media post and thinking like, oh, what if like everyone was like that? Or like something like a single line in a book and thinking like, what would the implications be of that? Like yesterday I was thinking about like what happens when you train a neural network AI on AI output and how those models kind of decay. So what would happen if you lived in a like AI propagated VR landscape and you were like living through the decay of the landscape around you as the AI was trained on AI art and everything got really weird and creepy. Like just from, something that like popped up on like a Wired headline. So in terms of like a process that helps generate them, no, and yes, but I would say that like the process is to be willing to look everywhere and write things down as you see them.
Absolutely. That's some great advice there. Be aware of the world, be curious, and let it inspire you. Andy, I'm curious about this answer because I know that like Tracy, you both build worlds for yourself and have other people come to you and say, I have this world idea, please build its product. How does this work for you?
Okay, so I'm going to take a slightly different angle because that's what we'll try and do, bring different angles to the situation here. I often find, particularly when it's myself, the problem is how do I stop having initial premises for settings? Because I'm constantly surrounded by so many brilliant people who are offering so many brilliant worlds. And whenever you encounter one of those, your first question is often, well, if you've got this, what does that mean? And then suddenly your thoughts spiral into different directions. For me, much as has already been suggested by Dominic, it's a mixture of the world around me, the things I perceive, the books that I read, they're constantly inspiring me. But if I was going to try and bring something different to this answer, I would say what has been for me the most inspiring thing in the various projects I've worked on down through the years. It's almost always been being surrounded by other creative people. There is nothing like sharing an idea with someone else and them saying, wow, what about this? And for you to go, oh, yeah, that's really good. And there is nothing like a shared project to turn a project into something far beyond what you may have initially created. We are obviously all geniuses, and every one of us don't need anyone else. We can sit down and create everything from scratch because we are marvelous people. Every single last one of us, with a World Anvil account or a GSIS sitting at home scribbling away in a pad of paper, we are astonishing people who are creative. Nevertheless, there is nothing quite like sharing with someone else collaboratively to come up with an idea that is far broader and wider, or perhaps, depending on the project, far tighter. And as I'm sure we're going to go on to later, tighter to make sure that you actually move yourself towards something that is concluded. But if I was to sum it all up as a quick, here's one way to go. If you've got a really good idea and you really like it, share it.
I love that. The world around us, the people around us. Tracy, how about you? Where do your initial setting premises come from? And do you have a process that helps you generate ideas for world settings?
I do have a process, and I think everybody has to develop their own process. And there's no one right way to start. I think very often people, especially when they'll come to a seminar like this, they're looking for that magic moment, that silver bullet that is going to be the absolute golden key to all knowledge and everything that is. But there is no silver bullet. There is no magic key. What needs to happen is you have to find what works for you. And very often I would start with what if. What if is a great place to start. And what if pigs could fly? What would that world be like if pigs could fly? And interesting that there's a lot of permutations about pigs could fly that would really impact the world deeply if this were the case.
Umbrellas.
So it's
umbrella sales.
Yeah, absolutely. Umbrella sales would go up because no one wants to be underneath that. So for me, it often very much starts with the what if, and where that what if can come from is inspired from any number of things. As Andy was saying, it can come to you from anywhere, but it can certainly come to you from other people. You know, I very often, and this is kind of the flip side of things. Okay, and I'm sure that both Dominic and Andy have had this happen from time to time. People will come up to us at a convention and they'll say, I have this really wonderful idea for a world. And if you would just write it, we could split the money and that would be perfect. As though we don't have any ideas on our own. We just go out and steal from everybody. So, the answer to this is, if you've got an idea for a world, if you have an idea for the setting in this story, and you need to write it. It has to be your world, and you need to go out and turn that into a reality. The great thing about World Anvil is that it provides the tools that allow us to do that. And the great thing about conventions like this is, to Andy's point, it gives us a chance to hear and to be inspired with ideas from other people. I'm kind of hoping that in the middle of this particular seminar, I'm going to get a brilliant idea that is going to turn into a lot of money.
Chair dancing.
Chair dancing.
The chair dancing, Tracy.
Chair dancing is a great idea, and I do think that there could be a culture based on this.
All right, I'm here. I am here for that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we have our premise. It's come from the world around us. It's come from the people around us. Hopefully, it's not come from somebody walking up to you at a convention saying, "I have this great idea." And now you have to start planning. Or do you? How do the next steps go? How do you get from, "Oh, I have this idea," and that idea can be as complicated as like a whole scene or a whole story in your head. It can be as simple as a vibe. There's a lot of worlds that have started on, I had this vibe, I had this feeling, I had this like image in my head, and I wanted to turn that into a world. How does the planning work? Tracy, I saw you waving at me. You're first. I promise. I've got a class of straight A students here, and they're all putting their hands up because they want to answer. Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, but I was first.
So. You were.
Look, I had to kind of sneak in here first ahead of Andy. I'm sorry, and ahead of Dominic, because I always start with the map. I know it's a shocking thing, but
no, I love that. I'm a cartographer.
Well, I think in the case of Dragonlance is a good example. When we started with Dragonlance, of course, we had this idea, and my wife and I brought this idea into TSR. If anybody is that old and remembers that, and we brought in this idea of people riding dragons into war, and what that might that involve. But when we started designing the world, I first designed the continent. We did the map of the continent, which, if you look closely enough, you can still see the edges of the hexagons that we drew on, because that's all we had back in the ancient days. And so the coastlines are all hexagonal. But we drew the original map. And then after we drew the original map, we drew the ocean currents around the original map. And from the ocean currents, we figured out the weather and the climatology and the bands of climate that moved across the continent. And after we knew what the climate bands were, we could figure out what the water, where the waterfalls were, and where water fell, where rain fell and moisture fell. And from that, we plotted all of the rivers. And once we plotted all of the rivers, we used the rivers as a primary source of the spread of civilization, since they are the easiest way to move civilization in an early technological age. So we spread the civilization based on the river structures that were there, built kingdoms, and then started working up a mythological history at the foundations, which is a very misty obscure. And then we get more and more complex and more real as it got closer. And then after we had done all of this work in designing the world and this continents and the people and the social structures and the kingdoms, we threw a meteor into the whole thing, ruined it all, and started over from there in order to get to a world that made sense for the setting that we were building. Now, that's an awful lot of work to do, but once that foundation is in place, everything makes sense.
Yep.
And the motivations for cultures, and the motivations for characters, and the motivations, or even for the objective plotting of what's going on, all of that is based on foundation that is solid and becomes organic. And making a world organic is something that's very important. So where do I start? I start with the map, because the terrain, the geography, the climates, all of that provide a foundation for everything that's built on top of it. And I'm sure we'll talk about the map more as we go along, because I think maps in fantasy and science fiction are deeply disserviced by role-playing games and by novels and film, for that matter.
Fascinating. I love, or at least I should say, I find it fascinating, Tracy, always that our ideas run so parallel. We just did a seminar about sci-fi world building where we told everyone you need to figure out how they got to this point in their history, with the different technologies and elements and alien relations and everything. How did they get here and where is it going next? Are some of the most critical things that you need to figure out when you're building a setting, because we're all products of where we've come from. So it's wonderful to hear somebody of your incredibly eminent status saying the same thing.
As you can see here by my dress, I just came from church, but even so, my tie is still showing my geek roots.
I love it. Now, Andy, I can tell that you are also a map-first world builder. Tell us a bit more about this.
So, where do I start with a map? Oh, wait a minute. We've already done that. Right. So normally, as you will have noticed from yesterday's chat, I tried to take a different angle to everyone else. And normally that angle is usually, let's start with cartography, because it is, as has already been suggested by Tracy, often forgotten by many, which to me is crazy, particularly because I do so many maps myself. Indeed, it's how I got into many of the games that I ended up working on later, like say Critical Role or whatever. So I'm going to try and take a different angle. Where do we start when we're planning our world? I'm going to ask a different question. What do you want to do with it? What is the purpose of this world? If we're creating ourselves an epic fantasy, I cannot recommend starting with a map enough, because of all the reasons that have just been suggested there, particularly when it comes to forming your first cultures that will be working through this area that you've created. Because obviously, as we discussed with the trade and resources yesterday, the trade and the resources, the great paths that are created between the different civilizations that start off with the first resources that are mined out of the mountains or whatever it is, if it's a magical setting or similar, are going to start creating that world almost by themselves. Once you start that map, it starts telling stories purely by the shape of it and where everything falls in. But if you're building yourself a modern horror, which requires world building of a very different kind, that map is going to be significantly less useful. It perhaps requires a different map, a map of what are the primary motifs, or what's the tone of this particular piece? What are the themes you're attempting to tell your story with? And even if you are just building an entire setting for a game, you're still telling stories. What are the primary conflicts that this particular setting are going to be bringing to the customer, or bringing to your reader, or bringing to whomever it is that you're attempting to impress with your super awesome world that you're currently building? So to understand all of what's going to impress them, you kind of need to impress yourself. And to do that, you need to understand what it is that makes your world different, which again ties right back to the what if. What is different? And once you've got that differences in place, once you understand your unique selling points, if you will, your USPs of your world, you can immediately start, once you get those answers in place, going, right, that means it's dark, or it's humorous, or it's got a light tone, or it's meant to engage, or it's very much engaging with a particular crowd. So you're going to be writing material that's very much going to appeal to that particular crowd. And if that's the case, how can I best attract them with the core themes that I'm going to be expressing with the world that I'm going to be presenting? Ultimately, though, it's still a map. A plan is a map of how you intend to progress through the various areas that your game is going to cover. So I'll go right back to the beginning and not just agree with Tracy, but 100% agree. Begin with a map, and that map doesn't need to be an outline form, or as I said yesterday, you get your square piece of paper and you have an oddly square shaped map come the end of it. It doesn't need to be that, although that is, however, a place that many begin with. It could just simply be a map out of what your world setting, what your plan is going to be for all of the differences, all of the things that make it unique, and what the tones thus need to be to support all of that once you've got it in place.
Tracy, sorry, Andy, you're making me so happy. What you've just described there is the World Anvil meta, which goes through the genre and the tone and the focus points and why you're building the world and what the world is for, and like the brief summary of how is this going to be expressed in the world. So yeah, those who were at the previous seminar, that all of these questions could be found in the meta on World Anvil. We've done extensive work trying to make sure that you have somebody from outside your brain asking you the questions that will help you solidify your premise.
It's almost like you know what you're doing.
It's almost like we've been doing this for a while. Okay, so we are map. What? Dominique, how do you like to go from idea to planning? And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't map. So if you don't map, you're not.
I do not start with a map. Maps come later for me and are kind of like an intermediate point in the process. I think what changes my answer to this also is that I do more modern and near future world building than I do like epic fantasy. But I generally, once I have like a basic premise, start by identifying what is the kind of everyman, like what is the character that is going to be either the reader proxy or the player proxy into this world. So what kind of person do I want to set people up to most understand and empathize with, and then take that person and build a situation around them. So I might be coming from a point of like, PCs are like people who are not super well off on a space station and are trying to make their way through like an everyday life that is very much built around class stratifications, and also they have like limited opportunities for advancement and expression. And from there, I will let everything fall into place around that. Or for a more like grounded on a planet example, I might say like, oh, so these people live in a city, and where like what are the different neighborhoods like where do they live and where do they work, and what is like how does that that commute show like different areas for them, or like who do they most interact with and where does that happen. And then from there, I might take a step back and look back through history and say like, okay, so this is a city that has been here presumably for a while, which means that it likely predates automobile travel or predates train travel. So it's probably on a river or on a coastline. And then let's see, like if it's on a river, what other cities might be further along that river, and how do you get from one to the other, and kind of build from there. But I start with a premise and then figure out who is like the average person to put in that situation, and then kind of build their life. And a map comes later as I start to get a feel for how that person moves through space.
I love that as an alternate approach. It's a very writery approach, if I can say that. I'm both a writer and a game designer. I have a foot in each world, like Tracy as well.
Yeah.
So that feels very writery, very character first. It's what I often call boots on the ground world building, where you're trying to understand the world not first from the top, not first from somebody who can see the map and somebody who can see how the resources come together and the history has come together over a grand scale. You're seeing the world through the eyes of a person, and you're asking the question, but why is it like this? But if this, then why? Like if it's this kind of place, what does that mean for the world? We were talking before about in world building how you need to ask the question, if this, then what? And I think that's such a wonderful, a very different process of asking that question and getting answers about how the world has come together. What I love is that everybody's process is about asking questions. everybody's process is almost an interrogation of, you know, if this is the world, then what makes sense? Or if this is the human experience, then how has the world, like how does the world unfold around that? It's fascinating to me. Like the core journey is very similar, regardless of this very different kind of, you know, starting point in many ways. And I will say
the real trick though in that,
yeah.
Janet, the real trick in that is knowing when to stop asking questions.
Yes, and start moving. Yes.
Yeah, and focusing, as Andy's talking about, which is you have to know you have to know when to stop and create something specific, something that is functional and working, and not continue down the rabbit hole, because you can certainly do that endlessly. And World Anvil will certainly make it possible for you to do that endlessly. You can go down this rabbit hole just as far as you want. But you have to, as a designer, I think, understand that there is no end to the rabbit hole.
Yes.
You have to know when to stop and when to focus.
Yep.
I will say, for me, I always stop. I always move to the next thing when I realize that there's a problem, but because I've done the meta, I know where everything is going and how it fits together. So I will start with, okay, this is what I'm trying to build, and it's this genre, and it's a game, or it's going to be a novel series, or and it's supposed to feel like this, and these are the big points, and then I'll leave that and I'll go to something else. And then when I need to come back and flesh that out more, I know it's there for me. So when I go to the map is when I get to the point where I start to be like, oh yeah, but how does this work geographically? That's the point I go to a map. When I start to ask the question, but how is it? How is this place? You know, I need to keep track of something, or I need to have a better visualization. And it's when I run to those places where I'm like, oh, it must be time to be mapping. My process has led me here. So I think for me, it's a little bit more discursive. I always feel where the next place is to go, because that's when I start running into a problem. I know, okay, but now it's time that I need a map. My maps are very ugly. They are not Andy maps. They are not Tracy maps. I made my first map in Microsoft Paint. You're welcome. But it worked for what I needed.
Well, what I'd like to suggest an idea actually in terms of creation and process of creation. And I wish I had a better visual aid here for you, but just, we're very smart people, we can use imaginations. For me, especially my wife talks about this all the time, that world and story and characters all need to be organic.
Yeah. Which
means that they have to fall naturally within the story, and their motivations have to flow naturally in the story, and the world needs to be natural within the story. So what we like to talk about is the idea of holding a handful of marbles. And if you have a handful of marbles, and you have, which you might think of as like the outline of your world, or the concept that you have of your world and the rules that you have of your world, if you hang on to those too tightly, then all of the characters and the places and the societies and you just squeeze them, they all go popping out, and you lose your marbles. On the other hand, if you say, "Oh, I just want to follow all of this wherever it goes and see what happens," and you leave your hand open, and then you lose your marbles all over again. There's no structure, there's no movement, there's no point. But if you hold your hand in a cupping shape, where you have structure, right, and you have where the world is supposed to go, the meta that you're talking about, if you know where that is, but then if you let all of the marbles just settle naturally into that and go where they need to fit the form that you've built, then that can lead you to discovery and new ideas that you hadn't anticipated being part of your world, or directions for the characters. You find that your characters have motivation for what they're doing naturally, rather than pushing characters around or forcing their dialogue. you find that events within the story flow naturally as opposed to being pushed and forced into doing something, and yet they still take you with the flow of the story. They still create meaning that you're trying to achieve here. One of my favorite stories of creation, actually, was from a book series that I did with my wife. We had this place called the Dwarven Road, because I'd drawn it on a map, and it was the Dwarven Road. And we all do this. We draw something on a map and put names on it. And it was supposed to be the main trade route that was between these two countries. And it was ancient, and nobody knew what happened to the Dwarven Road. Well, then these people come like with their cart, and they're going to take the Dwarven Road to get underneath the mountain. And I realized on the map it was like hundreds of miles underneath this mountain. You can't have donkey carts walk hundreds of miles underneath this mountain. The donkeys are going to freak out. And so what was the Dwarven Road? And what I realized is I was thinking, how would the dwarves solve this problem of trade? What I realized was that they created viaducts between underground rivers and lakes. And the Dwarven Road was this river.
Yeah.
The two rivers that ran in opposite directions underneath the mountain, and that were supported by ancient viaducts, and all of this beautiful imagery and all of the romance of this place emerged out of a problem with the map. And so for me, one of the principles of creation is this: to create a structure that is going to inspire meaning, and then let things naturally fall into that space.
Yeah. Good analogy.
Very good analogy. Oh, guys, I feel like this is not long enough for the amount of wisdom on this panel right now. Like, we could do a day on this topic just with this panel and have a lot of fascinating things. But okay, how is defining genre and tone an important stage in your world planning? We talked about the importance of defining what the world is for. Is it a book? Is it a game? How important for you is genre and tone, those kinds of signifiers? Dominique, how important is that for you?
I think that it happens early, way before I get to a map, but we've established that I map late if I map at all. I think that tone is kind of nebulous because it depends on what you're using the world for. For example, like if you're building an entire sandbox for an RPG, there can be stories set in that sandbox that are very grim and dark, and then stories that are about acquiring the highest quality tea leaves for a local tea shop. So I feel like tone for me is more an artifact of the story than of the world containing that story. So I tend to leave that pretty open-ended and try to keep an awareness that regardless of the character that I'm following, there are definitely people having very tonally different experiences that are kind of off screen. Genre does happen pretty early for me, though, in the sense that I like to know like what tropes and themes are available to me, and what I want to kind of grab to play with, what paints I'm putting on the palette, I guess. So I might say kind of early on, like, oh, this feels like it's a very like cozy urban fantasy type of vibe, and then that would for me inform those things that I've talked about previously about like what is a character's daily life. It might look like when you're like waiting for the bus, and the indicator on the bus stop that tells you when the next bus is coming isn't electric, it's magic. So I think that genre comes in around the time that I'm thinking about whose eyes am I seeing this through and what is their experience. And then tone, it's much looser. I think that also depends on like what it is that I want to use the world for. I very rarely have a strictly defined tone for a setting so much as I have a defined tone for a story or a character interaction.
That's interesting.
So Dominic, is do you feel like the scope of your world is a very personal scope, that people see it through the eyes of your character, and so the scope of your world is their perception?
If I'm writing for fiction, then absolutely yes. Where there is a feeling where like I might not know things that the character doesn't know. Like I might not push myself very far beyond their knowledge. I think for game design, I want to give the GM the information that they need to extrapolate and make informed choices. But that for me might look like, here are some bullet points that are like the principles, like the main things that are true, like what you said about like the largest marbles. And then trusting people to, if there's something that I haven't specifically defined, to use their own creativity based on those parameters and extrapolate from there. So it does kind of come from a place of, I kind of imagine it as like, if you're putting rocks in a jar, you want to put the biggest ones in first, and then the small ones will kind of find room to fit. Where I want to tell people for game design, I want to tell GMs like what the biggest rocks are, and then their creativity, I try to leave room to fill in the smaller ones. Does that kind of answer what you're getting at?
Yeah, it does. Thanks.
How does genre and tone focus in sort of feature in your process, Tracy? Is it something that you consider early when you're creating?
Yes, I think it does, because it's the tone of the world, I think, is an important selection that has to be made. And when I say world, I mean the area in which the events and story takes place, the area that characters inhabit. We talk about worlds and designing worlds, but worlds are really, really big. I mean, really, really big. I mean, you may think that it's a long way down to the corner druggist, but no, these are really, really big. And when you come to understand the fact that worlds are big, Scott Card once, I was in a seminar with Scott Card once, and he said most maps of fantasy worlds look like the map of your summer vacation that you took and that you were supposed to write about in grade school. Right? Here's the mountains over here, and then there was a river over here, and this is where we stayed at the beach, and then we visited grandma up here and came back home. And the scope of that is very limited. I mean, when you look at all of Middle Earth
Mhm.
is what, about the size of England, I think.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about fantasy worlds or science fiction worlds, I mean, and space, the distances that are involved here, and certainly in case of medieval settings, when you're talking about transportation that is really slow and limited, then you have to understand that the realm in which the story takes place has got to be fairly limited. That can't be literally global in scope. And so yeah, I think that you have to when you're examining worlds, is to find where that focus is, and where the edges of, here be dragons has got to occur somewhere on the edge of that. And heaven help us if they have to be Mercator maps. I hate Mercator maps. You got a square piece of paper, you got to draw Mercator maps. I hate that because it's so awful at the polls.
We developing a platform for world builders. World building is not a thing that has a lot of its own terminology. So we've had to develop a lot of terminology to convey some of these concepts. We call this the active world building area. So you have the whole world at the universe, the whatever. And then there's like the little bit that you're actually focusing on right now. And that doesn't mean stuff from outside the active world building area can't come in. You can have people who are foreign to the active world building area, and goods and trade and all that kind of stuff. But you're really only focusing on this bit, because otherwise it balloons out to something that is unmanageable.
But you had asked about tone, and tone is very important. If I'm doing something in a Ravenloft Strahd area, the tone of that, both in terms of the general darkness of the world itself, and even in terms of the humor, which you actually need in a world like this, to offset that, all of that has to be of a particular tone for it to convey the genre. On the other hand, if I were doing something in like Lower Decks, okay,
right,
that's a completely different tone than what you would want to do in a gothic horror type of a setting. So Dragonlance is very much a high fantasy setting, and so the colors are a little bit brighter, the contrast is a little bit more contrasty, and the heroes tend to be more
larger than life.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that we loved about Dragonlance was that the characters were not without flaws, that they were in fact had internal struggles that made them more human and connected with people more. And for that matter, that was true also of the villains. Villains are the heroes of their own stories. Villains have to absolutely believe that they are right and have reasons that motivate them for what they are doing, beyond that, it's just so much fun to tie women to railroad tracks. No, that's not how it works. I mean, if we're like supposed to be sacrificing women to dragons, why does the dragon care about that? Is it like their collection of action figures? They just like stick them in places on the wall. We don't know. Yes, that's a what if. We can do that. We can do one of
Barbie
those.
AU.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Okay. I love where this is going. Also, Andy, I think our brains may have merged into the same person. We've started doing
They did a little there.
A little bit. How about you? Genre and tone. And I will say, how does this change when you're working on somebody else's setting? When you're working
it's a good one. So there are so many things that I could say in this one. It feels like a stream in and of itself. And I'm going to try and cut it all down to a few points. First, there is an enormous difference between something that I'm creating for myself, for home, and something that I'm creating professionally, whether that's creating someone else's IP or creating something from scratch for somebody else, where you need a far tighter scope, and in particular for genre, often a far tighter scope. And what I mean with that is when you're doing it at home, you can create massive worlds that are telling all sorts of different stories. And the limits are really your imagination and when your patience runs out with this particular thing that you're squiggling away with, which for many of us being creative types could be years down the line. But when it's professional, you've got strict deadlines, strict turnover of time that you've got to try and organize all of your affairs in a very short period. And tone is essential for that because it immediately gives you a guiding light that you can work your way down towards. And the genre, again, is not necessarily as essential because genre is, after all, something that can over-define a particular property when you're working on it because you get trapped in the genre expectations and thus your creativity can sometimes be stymied. Indeed, just to go on the Warhammer side, on Warhammer, rather famously, Jack Yeovil, that's Kim Newman, an author that was working on some of the books over on that. He sat down with the Warhammer world and realized that his best option was to actually, for each book, choose a different genre. So one was effectively a cowboy story that was set inside Warhammer. The next one was a murder mystery set inside Warhammer. The next one, ad infinitum, as he moved through genres for each one of his tales using the existing very large overarching world that was there, showing that the overarching world itself didn't necessarily beyond the epic fantasy, and even then it broke down when you looked at all the sci-fi components that were included, and then the cosmic horror, and then the genre can be a limiting factor. But when you are working to a deadline, when you are working with a creative pool of people, all of those clear pieces of terminology sitting in front of you can make a big difference, an enormous difference, in fact, to help people all move in the same direction, particularly when you're having those initial pitch meetings and you're all discussing exactly what that product should be, how it should eventually come to fruition. And to say that tone and genre is important is to massively underestimate just how useful they can be. But I will add a caveat to all of that, and that is the previously mentioned potential constraint that it can offer many of the more creative minds. So it is good to have all of that, but it is also always good to have a clear idea of what the overall goal is. And that overall goal may lie quite outside the genre and tones that are quite clearly defined on the page. And that is a matter of ensuring that you're working with people that you trust and people that you can ensure understand what is being created, which is, again, very clear initial openings as to what you are building. So useful tools, but tools only, as was suggested by Dominique, different paints that can be popped on the palette, but it shouldn't restrict you from going, actually, I could just add a little squirt of sci-fi in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know, I'm going to have tanks invade my fantasy setting. Woohoo! And away you go. There's nothing wrong with taking that palette and using it in a way that's potentially unexpected, as long as it works towards the overall goals of what it is that you're building and working towards. But again, I will add another last caveat. Having tight constraints when you're working towards anything that needs to be finished isn't just useful, it's an absolute necessity. Because if not, you will do what we all like to do, create more cool shit. Pardon my language. Because you just can't help yourself going, oh, more stuff, yay! And that's not necessarily for the best under any professional situation ever.
I also think a good example of what you mentioned with Warhammer is that like superheroes is not a genre necessarily. Like if you think about within like the Marvel universe, there are comedies, there's horror, there's like espionage and spy films. Something can be a basic fact of your world, which like there are superheroes, and that doesn't necessarily need to impose a genre constraint. You can kind of change the lens that you're looking at that world through and change the narrative sensibility. But of course, if it's something that has deadlines, maybe don't do that. But if you have time, it can be fun.
Yeah, I think
superhero noir, for example.
Well, it's really important to, when we're talking about genres, to understand that there are different kinds of genres. There are genres that are storytelling, like plot genres. An investigation, a murder mystery, a noir is as much noir, a little less so. That's a plot genre. That's not necessarily like, because you can have investigation in space, you can have investigation in the medieval world. Agatha Christie's CAD file is medieval monk does murder investigation, right? Then there are genres that are setting genres like fantasy, sci-fi. And then you start laying on technology genres, like I want it fantasy, but I want it solar punk fantasy, or I want it fantasy, but I want it medieval or steampunk or futuristic. So there's a lot of different kinds of genres that you can pull on, and it's a bundle. Genres are a bundle, and they inform each other in many ways, which is, how you end up with things like, fantasy that is also steampunk, that is also futuristic or historical or whatever, that is also a murder mystery. These are all genres that are working together because they're all slightly different kinds of genres. And I think it's just something really important. Not all genres are created equal, essentially. So I think that's something it's really important to consider. Actually, that brings me very nicely to our next, maybe our last question already. Goodness, I'm having so much fun on this panel. Plot and world building. Plot and world building. And I think, Andy, this maybe gets a little bit into what you were saying about how do we go from stopping building all the fun stuff and getting moving with the making the thing. Would you like to start with this? How do plot and world building intersect in your process?
Right. So again, I'm going to open with, I have two completely different processes. And on one side, I've got my own personal creating stuff that I'm working away with. And that is a far looser, spongier affair where I'm creating stuff that I enjoy in my own time, messing around with ideas, making a map, generally having fun. And these are things that I'm doing possibly for my own groups, my own games, and I can just create that as needed. And I'll often turn that quickly into a game so that I can move my way through it and perhaps firm that into something completely different to when you're working towards something that has a professional outcome, which is most of my time. And when you're doing that, the word plot is, given that I often work in role-playing games, the word plot generally applies to the adventures that are going hand in hand with the world that you may be designing. And plots are going to be different for each set of adventures. Again, our amorphous genre. Exactly what is going to be focused upon in that particular area. But on the world building itself, I mean, I prefer to build plots that speak to the world itself. I much prefer when I'm building, particularly if you've got yourself a role-playing game that you're putting together. Ultimately, if you're not telling the story of that world with the core adventures that are coming out for it, what on earth are you doing? Why are you just creating the random adventure of the cave journey down in to beat up the bad guys that happen to be down there? That's not telling the story of the world. And you've got a unique world with its own dynamic, interesting, say, resources or gods or what deep stories that are just lying there to be explored. Tell that story. That being the case, for me, always world building and plot not just intersect, they are intrinsically linked. Because I would much prefer, even if I was working on 3 or 4 separate campaigns working within inside an established world, they would all be speaking to the story of that world. To use an example that was brought up several times yesterday in the streams with Dragon Age. Dragon Age presented what was effectively yet another very kind of medieval fantasy world where you go, yay! It felt like something that could have come from any fantasy.com. Indeed, it was an almost generic setting, and it could have told a story that was relatively generic, and you could argue that the first game sort of went down those tracks. But what it did right from the very outset was say, this is the world, and this is all the things in it, and then the game was about realizing that that was all rubbish. Everything that everyone believed had been based upon facts that had been misunderstood, great tales from the past that had been retold in a variety of ways that ended up with lies, and your party walking into the world and going, ha ha ha, I'm about to do something, and then suddenly they realize that everything's different. And that's why I will end with in this one, so I don't take too much of the time here. How does it intersect? Absolutely tightly, because you want to tell the story of that world. And I think that if you are looking towards moving towards something that's finished, which was one of the core points of what we were doing here, without understanding where you're going, without understanding the end point of your product, your novel, your supplements or whatever, you won't be able to get that world building going anywhere anyway. So the plot is core to ensuring that you get yourself a finished product. And lastly, if you are on the game side of it, remember that you are not trying to tell a great story. What you're trying to do is inspire someone else to tell a great story. And that is core for role-playing books that is often forgotten, particularly by people who are, for example, they've written 5 novels, they try to turn it into a game, and they think and focus upon that core story. Ultimately, that's not what it's about when it's coming to somebody else's table. You are there as a writer to inspire someone else. All of the writing is completely focused about showing someone else how to tell the story that you think is absolutely awesome, and they have to play through on their adventures, because ultimately they are the one that's going to be telling it to another group. So it's a slightly different style of writing, quite a different style of writing, in fact, to ensure that you nail that home.
Absolutely. Shall I tell you what I have on my post-it that is stuck to my computer?
Yes.
I have a lot of post-its.
Tell
This
me.
one was from when I was writing the Dark Crystal RPG, which was wild. Concepts, cogs, and tables. That's the first thing that goes into a page, a gazetteer, whatever it is. It's concepts, it's things, cogs that the GM can put into motion if they want to, and it's tables of ideas. That's what you give GMs. You don't give them a whole story. That they don't want that. They want toys to play with. So yeah, it just seems so pertinent. I thought I would read that to you. World building and plot. Dominique, how do you approach this one?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer more specifically for RPGs in this context than for fiction, which is to say that when I'm writing something that is ultimately for GMs, I try to only include world details that inspire plot. And everything else can be left off the page, which means that there might be things that I'm certain exist in the world, but that I don't need to tell people about. It can be implied. An example of that is like if I am designing a like fantasy city, I might have a section on a sandwich shop that is like locally known for having really wonderful fluffy bread for their sandwiches. And the bread actually is made with like a secret ingredient that is delivered by a cartel of merchants who like the trade caravan comes through the area every 6 months. The trade caravan is late. The sandwich shop is losing business. That can all be like an aside. But now if the PCs go to that sandwich shop, they have walked into an adventure. There's probably also a totally normal sandwich shop in that city. I don't need to tell you about it. So I think that for me, in terms of kind of narrowing things down and determining what is actually going to make it to the page, only including details that either implicitly or explicitly have some kind of plot in them for GM and players to pick up and run with. So do they intersect very much? They're almost the same thing.
The words that everybody is dancing around but nobody's said yet is exposition. I think like that it's that question of, well, I've built it, so let's make sure it's in the plot, or I needed it for my plot, so therefore I built it, so therefore I'm telling you about it because this is plot relevant, right? I think again, I have
a tiny point on that one.
Please.
Got a super tiny point on that one. I could not agree more. In fact, when we were building several of the city sections inside Warhammer, I specifically said every single location, you've got this many words. The classic, you've got very tight amount, but every one, 2 plot hooks, please. And it meant that the writers couldn't get themselves in a situation where they were building something that was useful. Plus, I made it very clear, basic write-up has no secrets in it. That's where the plot hooks go. So it effectively turned into a storytelling device just by existing, meaning that they went from plot hook to, as then I said, now link them. If you've built 15 locations, have some of them go. So as the DM, the GM, or whomever went through, they went, oh, that looks like a fun plot hook. I'll run with that. And then it leads them over to another part of town where plot hook number 4 pops up and goes, hi, I'm here. And they end up on an adventure just by reading the book.
Yeah, that concept cocks and tables. Yeah, that's where you start.
Even so, though, I think it's important that designers of worlds like this understand that not everything that they design is going to be seen by a player. Not everything that they create is going to have world import to things or be seen at all. In fact, there's a great deal of content, I think, that is generated by world builders specifically not to be seen.
Yes.
But the fact that it exists in some sort of quantum physics way still affects everything else. It still colors everything else because it does exist someplace, and lends a certain amount of credence to that.
Dominique, I see you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah,
on this?
Something that I think about a lot with respect to like exposition, the word that we have not been using, and I think with respect to Tracy, what you just said about the details that exist that inform the world that you can accept no one is ever going to see. A real life example of that I think about all the time is electricity. Electricity makes my life possible, and I also totally take it for granted and don't know how it works, and I don't need to, in most cases, know how it works. I think that if someone were designing the world that I live in, they probably would have a very nuanced understanding of electricity. I don't think my GM has that information, though, because I don't think we really need to in the story that is my day-to-day life. I can turn on a light switch and it turns on. So I think that they're like those kinds of things are things that you might want to know all of the details and the rules of how those systems work. But to the characters on the ground in that story, they might never actually think about it. And accepting that can be like a huge source of friction in my own creative process because I want to know everything. But the people that are maneuvering around the story aren't going to think about all of the complex interactions that are happening inside the wall when they hit a light switch.
Yeah, absolutely. Black box syndrome is a thing. Well said. Folks, we have 1 minute left and I'm so sad. I'm so conflicted. We have such a wonderful panel coming up about monsters and myths, but I just want to keep talking with you guys. One piece of advice for our world builders on starting.
Oh, you're muted.
Tracy, you're muted, I think.
Sorry. I'm going to sing one thing, and then we're going to all give one piece of advice.
Okay, go for it.
Here's the story of the world designers who were brought here by World Anvil for a day. They all had big designs like each other and love to talk all day. It's the story of our lovely Janet, who was tasked with keeping order in the stream. Faced these monkeys, all chair dancing, and wanted to make her stream. Aren't we supposed to like point at each other now and like wave?
No.
Look at this guy's abject chaos here.
Yeah, that was the best.
Now let's get serious
Tracy,
here. One
that
piece
was
of
glorious.
advice.
Thank you for that. Peter Tchaikovsky has just hopped into the green room. He will have no idea why we're all dancing and singing on stage. Poor Peter has no idea what's going on. Let's squeeze in some final advice, guys. You have space for one sentence each because otherwise we will go over, and our poor beans do need a sanity break as well as a bio break, I think, after this. Final advice, one sentence, starting a world. Tracy, kick us off.
Just start. Pick up a pencil, pick up a paper, go on World Anvil and just start.
Oh, that was my bit of advice. I'm so disappointed.
Oh, no.
So, that being the case, I'm going to say, and now, having started, limit it.
Nice. Creativity through limitations. Love it. And Dominique, what's your follow-up?
The best thing you can be, the most important thing for you to be is observant. Ideas are everywhere. And if what-if questions feel too open-ended, try if, then, because.
I love that. If, then, because. Very nice. And folks.
So when is the chair dancing convention? I thought that's what this was.
Right, that's what everybody really wants to know. Is when is the chair dancing starting? Well, folks, maybe on our next panel in 15 minutes, I will be back with the incredible Peter Tchaikovsky, the incredible Grace Fong, and the incredible B. Dave Walters. And we won't be talking about chair dancing. No, we'll be talking about monsters and myths. And, oh, fine, we'll talk about chair dancing as well. Of course we will. Folks, I will see you again. You can tell it's day 2. We're melting now. We're all melting. Folks, I will see you very shortly. Grab a drink and come right back. Bye-bye.
Bye, all.
Bye, all.
And we are back, folks. It is item number 3 on day 2 of Worldbuilding Con. We have had sci-fi world building. We have had planning your world. We've even had some impromptu singing and chair dancing. And I think we are well and truly ready for some monsters. Now, my panel, I have to say, are not monstrous at all. They're really very lovely indeed. Let me start by introducing one of my very, very favorite podcast guests, Peter Czachowski, the creator of the award-winning webcomic Rock, Paper, Cynic, and the designer of the very fabulous, you can see it behind me, the Story Engine deck and the Deck of Worlds writing prompts. Peter, how are you doing?
I'm doing so well. I'm so excited for this panel. I'm very excited to be chatting with the panel mates that you've lined up. It's gonna be so good. Can't wait to get into it.
I know, right? Do we not have the best beans? Do we not have the best beans? And speaking of best beans, let me introduce Best Bean Grace P. Fong, Chinese-American author-illustrator whose writing and artwork have appeared in Uncanny magazine. How perfect. Apex magazine, Tour.com, Strange Horizons, and others. Her writing has won an award from FIYAH, the LeVar Burton Reads Short Fiction Contest, and her art has been nominated no less than 4 times for the Best Fan Artist Hugo Award, and won the inaugural, terribly hard word now, Ignite Award in 2020. She is generally all-around fabulous. She's worked as a narrative designer in tabletop and RPG, and in video gaming. It's Grace Fong. Hey Grace, how are you doing?
What's up? I feel bad I don't have a shelf with like anything on it. I just have these posters from Warframe.
They look fab. It looks absolutely wonderful. All right, and perhaps the most monstrous of our panel today be Dave Walters, a writer of Dungeons & Dragons, A Darkened Wish for IDW Publishing and Wizards of the Coast. He appears as Victor Temple on Vampire the Masquerade LA by Night, yes, I know, of Geek and Sundry, and as Chato on We're Alive Frontier on Project Alpha. It's B.
Yes,
Dave.
it is I. Hello. Yes, I do think I count as monstrous. I'm like 6'9", 300 pounds, so that counts. I think I meet the criteria. Yes.
Oh my goodness! I'm like, so I have to say, I'm 5'3.5". I'm you could like pick me up and carry me around like this. I would be
I'm
a
the shortest-
little monstrous sidekick, like a bitey little lizard or something.
We could do that like Yoda and Luke thing, like run through the swamp and you can just be on my back talking about the Force. Yeah. Perfect.
This is. Yes, I'm here for it. Yep. There. Do it.
Look,
Hey, Grace, you said you're smaller than
I
5'3".
want to see it.
Yeah, I'm 5'2".
Yay! My fellow
Perfect.
sister of the two-step ladder, I'm imagining. Yes. So monsters, like our panel, come in all shapes and sizes, and we love them, just like our panel today. I'm very, very excited, of course, to be talking about monsters. But let's start with a very important question. Why are we even building monsters in the first place? What are the pros and cons of creating creatures and monsters as opposed to reusing well-known ones that already exist in myth and lore? Peter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think that with any kind of world building, if you're thinking about like kind of the tone, mood, and aesthetics of your world, like creatures and biology are just one more opportunity to like really curate what you're doing with your world. So if you're doing a world that's like high fantasy sky pirates, then you're going to be thinking about creatures that are aerial and that are like airborne. You're going to be thinking about creatures that are inspired by the ocean and like maybe some old school pirate stories. So even if you're not going to think about this on the level of like evolutionary biology or speculative biology, just thinking about like which creatures and what features of them will be interesting in like serving the kind of world that I'm curating. It's going to be like one more tool in your toolbox for doing that. And I think it's especially cool because like, sure, your players are going to interact with like the factions of your world and the high level world building. They're going to see like your towns and cities and all that and experience the way that you've conceived of your world building through those details. But when it comes to like creatures, especially if you get to do like cool encounters or confrontations, they're going to actually get to like interact in real time with this part of your world that is like trying to hit them, that is trying to eat them, that is trying to feed on them, that maybe produces some of the raw materials that exist in your world. So I feel like creatures, there's so many different threads that connect them to the rest of the lore in your world. And it's such a good opportunity to think about what the rest of your world is and does, and like aesthetically and conceptually how that's all going to fit together. Like what are the high level things you're trying to do to make that all feel like it's part of the same universe.
I love that. The most aggressive form of exposition, perhaps, the monster. Dave, as somebody who plays a very traditional kind of monster yourself, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I would say the pros are familiarity, and the cons are familiarity. The moment you say, I have a werewolf, people are like, well, I know what a werewolf is. It's going to be vulnerable to fire and silver and stuff. And you're like, no, my werewolves can't go out in the sun. And you're like, what? You know, which you can do, you can get away with. Some people do it badly. There was a multi-billion-dollar franchise that kind of involved turning some vampire concepts on their head, which I'm still mad about. Of course, I agree with everything that Peter said. The thing that I'm always telling people, and this is with any element of storytelling, not just creating your monsters, the most important thing is consistency. Like Superman can fly and shoot lasers out of his eyes, no problem. Bugs Bunny can pull a hammer out from behind his back and give you 1 lump or 2, no problem. If Superman pulls a hammer out and gives you 2 lumps, you're like, what is this? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. So if you establish a world where, to continue Peter's analogy, let's say it's high-flying sky pirates in literally every creature flies, and then you have a creature that is a rock, just a rock, not a magic flying rock, just a rock. You know, you're like, well, that doesn't belong here. This isn't the game that we set up, unless you're gonna try and have it be some wild thing where you're like, actually, there's volcanoes, and every once in a while it shoots these rocks into the air, and then that is your indication that maybe you should descend below the cloud line and actually see what's down there. All of that is to say, again, you can do literally anything as long as it's consistent. If if photosynthesis is the only thing that works here and you got one carnivore, doesn't work.
I love that answer. Absolutely. Grace, how about you? What for you is the appeal of creating your own creatures and monsters?
I mean, I like Peter. I like the whole like, there's no limits to anything. It's fiction, right? So like for me, I feel that fear is this very primal emotion that we all feel. And monsters are kind of like this representation of it. So I tend to take a really theme-based or metaphorical approach to creating monsters where I leverage that familiarity aspect to try and see like, oh, what kind of fear is this? Is this fear of the unknown? Is it fear of being trapped? Is it fear of like external forces that are outside of your control? And then I like to look at the type of monster we're familiar with, and if that they don't satisfy what I'm trying to, the kind of fear that I'm trying to embody in my audience, then I try to like couple together something that is a great is a unique representative of that. So I see them all as like different types of monsters or different tools in the toolbox to convey a specific emotion in the audience.
I absolutely love that. That's very similar to how I approach monsters, which is I start with a theme, particularly when I'm writing as opposed to when I'm doing game design. I will start with the theme, and then everything comes off that theme. So if it's a theme of identity, maybe it's a monster that takes your identity or impersonates something, or it goes from there. So it's all kind of building out from that original core premise. With game design, I approach it a little bit differently. That actually brings us very nicely to this question: where do you start when creating monsters? I've shared my thoughts. Grace, for you, is it that? Is it just like how do I get the response that I'm looking for?
I mean, for a lot of my fiction work, it is theme. So it's like the whole thing about vampires is that they take in order for them to survive, they have to take something from other sentient, other human beings, usually blood or energy or any form of those kinds of. So they're a great representation for like capitalism or like necessary evil or many of those kinds of topics. So generally that's where I start with, like, for fiction where there's a lot less rails. But as you mentioned, for game design, I also have a very different process where it is much more world-based, like Peter described. So especially if working on something like Palea or Magic the Gathering, a lot of the world has already been set. So there's certain types of monsters that live within each. So you look at what is available to you, and then basically, oh, if this is all about like somebody's transformation, then maybe we look at the type of monsters and see how many of them can transform. Are there oozes? Are there werewolves? Are there like doppelgangers and things like that, and try to pick out things that could realistically belong in this environment.
Fantastic. I love that. Peter, do you have a similar process? Do you approach it in a different way?
I approach creatures in a similar way to how I approach a lot of my art, which is I try to pay attention when I get excited. And that's just in life. Like whenever I notice myself leaning in, when I'm suddenly noticing that I'm talking quickly about something, it usually means that I'm genuinely excited about it in a way. And like, I try to pay attention to those moments because there's something in whatever topic it is that is worth getting excited about, even if it's just my own personal barometer. So, or like the other way to do this is to notice like, this is going to sound like a silly thing, but notice like the clickbait headlines that get you to pay attention. So like the number of times on YouTube where I've seen like the 10 weirdest biological adaptations, or like the time that fungus took over the planet, like those are headlines that get my attention, and I'll think about like, what is it about like the way that fungus can colonize spaces that'd be really interesting as a trait to build a creature around. What is it about like the way that what are they called? Pistol shrimp can like see 24 times the amount of color space that we can, or can generate a huge amount of forward thrust power. Like paying attention to those weird little things that are really exciting, I think is a great way to find like a seed crystal that a monster can start to grow around. So I write down everything that excites me where I'm interested. And I have like, I will just email it to myself as a subject line. I will jot it down in one of 2 or 3 different notebooks. World Anvil is a great place to dump notes. And the other sort of tool that I've used for capturing quick notes, especially for world building, is like Notion, where I can just sort of dump ideas to sort out later what I'm going to do with them. And then if I'm like, hey, this is a world building idea, I can move that to World Anvil, or I can move that to a journal or a notebook where it's going to be more dedicated. So I pay attention to what excites me. And kind of the 3 big categories that I've noticed are either weird biological trait that'd be really interesting to ask, like, what if, and spin out some different scenarios from there. So if a creature can see colors that we can't, then maybe it's used for like noticing a certain thing in the world that we can't see, and all of a sudden there's some really interesting opportunities for this monster being like a tracking animal that's used to track something, because it can see signatures that we can't see. So yeah, what if a trait was different or brought to a different animal is great. Also, like folkloric animals that are really interesting are worth like paying attention to. I'm gonna like say for sure, especially if you're like a white guy like me, don't just jump in and think like, that's a cool animal, I can write about that. Like, be thoughtful about the kind of research that you're doing, especially if you're borrowing animals from other cultures, and especially pieces of folklore that often get misrepresented. So just like proceed there with caution. Get a sensitivity reader or cultural consultant if you need one. And then the third thing is just chimeras, where you just take 2 cool animal traits and like, what if we just smashed those together? I think those are a ton of fun. I love mixing and matching animal traits and seeing what comes out of it. I love reimagining creatures as colony organisms. Like, what if there was like a dinosaur, but instead of like, say, the ankylosaurus plating, it was like coral that was growing, and it became this like secondary organism. So stapling together 2 creature traits that are not super interesting on their own, but can be a lot of fun together. Another big thing I'm a fan of.
I love that. That is a big old pile of inspiration. Thank you, Peter. How about you, Dave? What's your approach when creating monsters?
Yeah, it's a mantis shrimp, and one of the cool things about a mantis shrimp is the claw. When it strikes, it hits with such force that it actually boils the water around its target, which is the most metal thing I've ever heard in my life, honestly. Yeah, long live the mantis shrimp. I usually kind of grab it from one of 2 ends. It depends on the kind of story that I'm telling. So a lot of times I think of the monster first. Like a lot of times in my stories, like big parts of it just sort of like leap into my mind, and then I'm like, ooh, that'd be cool, and then I make something around it. But assuming this is something that's got to like plug into a larger whole or something like that, like the first question you got to ask yourself is the genre. Obviously the kind of monster you make for something. Like right when we're done here, I'm going to be working on some that's announced. Okay. The Crooked Moon, which is a folk horror project. So I'm gonna be working on some folk horror monsters, which of course is going to hit different than if I'm working on something for Marvel, for instance, right? Then of course the games versus narrative that Grace pointed out. For a game, you need balance. You know, like can the players defeat this thing, and roughly what players will defeat this thing, and what are its mechanics, and what are its limitations, and things like that. If you're just telling a story like Terminator, you're like, well, no, you can't beat it. It doesn't have any vulnerability, and you're gonna run for 90 pages and then like really get lucky and kind of throw a Hail Mary and win. So you have less constraints when you're not dealing with something where you have to define something mechanically, which you see a lot of games when you have really big bads like gods and major demons and stuff. They don't stat them out for that exact reason, because the moment you give something stats, it can be beaten, because there's people like me that are like, oh, it's only got 1.2 million hit points. Okay, I got you. Yeah,
Hold my
right.
beer.
Let's do it, Bob from that. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, roll initiative. And I think the last thing, I do a lot of writing for film and television. So curveball, you have to consider budgets and what you can portray on screen and what you can portray logically. One of the main advantages of fiction, things like novels, and to a less degree animation, because animation is still expensive, but with fiction you have an infinite budget of like 90,000 ankylosaurs with coral shells go stampeding through New York City, and you're like, wow, okay, because in the theater of the mind that's free. The moment you sell your script and somebody has to go through and be like, that would be $80 million on one scene. So no, we're not doing that. So that's the thing that I sometimes have to run through a filter of like, how could this actually be done in a world of, you know, gravitation and solid mass, or even with special effects and the budget that you got?
As an artist, I'm crying at the idea of having to draw 90,000 anything.
Right,
you know, you're like copy paste. Yeah,
I'm loving the idea that like there's an adjective budget in your novel, and you're like, there's a point where like, sorry, just no more adjectives. You used all of them in the Ankylosaur charge, so we're just out now.
Yep.
Just adverbs, buddy.
Not adverbs. Adverbs aren't allowed. If anything, that would be
Stephen
an
King,
adverb.
The Road to Hell.
Yeah, exactly.
The Road to Hell's paved with adverbs. Yep.
Gently.
I say
yes.
happily.
Okay, I love this. Let's move on to common mistakes. Whenever we're going out on something, whether it's the road to the hell or creating monsters, it's very good to know what to avoid. What are the things that we have put our feet in that the people listening can avoid? What are your thoughts on this, Dave? Common mistakes that novices make when they're creating monsters and how to avoid them.
I find people that are new to things do one of two things. They make their thing way too easy or way too hard, especially if they're in love with their monster. And they really want it to like be, you know, this is my version of the xenomorph here. This is my predator. And you kind of get a little lost in the sauce. Even in that applies even in narrative stuff, where if your creature just continues to like win and win and win and win and win, and the people involved never have a shot, it is very difficult to kind of like generate like buy-in from the reader or the person or the viewer, or you know, from the audience. That's true. There's a word for people that are consuming art. Audience. Yeah. So I would say just that. Again, I gave Terminator as an example. I mean, there definitely is a place for the unstoppable creature, but the unstoppable creature is not unstoppable forever. Like everybody expects, like you're going to get to a point that you're going to turn and face it, then like something's going to happen, right? So I would say, especially for new game designers, believe it or not, and I know this is going to seem a little contradictory, take what you think is a reasonable difficulty that you're like, they're going to be able to beat this thing, and then move it up just a little. Like my design philosophy is I make sure there's a solution. I'm like the adamantine golem has an off switch on the back of its knees. You know, like I know that. And then I make it as hard as I possibly can, because both the dice and the players will surprise and betray you. And they will come up with things that you never thought of. And you're like, yeah, heat metal would do it. Okay, great. Yeah. Right. So, yeah, just always make sure there's a way. Always make sure there is a way to win. A clear way, not like a bizarre Hail Mary of, you need Bard's Black Arrow. Like it's allergic to pepper or something. And then, yeah, you're probably in pretty good shape.
Sneezy Golem. I love it. How about you, Grace?
Exactly. Sneeze Golem.
What are
But
some
it's a
of
shotgun.
the... Oh, goodness. Pepper shotgun brought down many a sneezy golem. What are the common mistakes you've spotted when creating monsters?
A lot of times, like, I feel that when you first start out creating monsters, you end up creating the same monster as like everybody else has created before. You've created a vampire, but it's Anne Rice's sexy vampire. That's why the Twilight vampires don't necessarily hold up as well, because a large part of what differentiates them from the sexy Anne Rice vampire is that, one, they're nice people, and two, they shine. And so I think like it's about, for me, for like creating a new monster, it's about stepping back and trying to figure out those traits that make that monster unique compared to other monsters within the same area. So going back to the adamantium golem example from Dave, like there are a bunch of golems made out of metal. So by thinking about what makes this unique, that's how you create those like small weaknesses, as well as make that monster memorable to the audience. It's not just about like doing it for your players. It's about creating a monster that's different from the other monsters through the way that it has its strengths and weaknesses.
Very, very wise thoughts there. How about you, Peter?
I think I'd have two pieces of advice that would depend on what the monster's being used for. I think in games, it's really easy to like forget how you're going to express the monster's traits mechanically. So if you're just doing if it's just numbers and stats, it's not going to be very interesting. Whereas like the actual mechanics about special abilities it has from moving around the battlefield because of its body plan, special attacks that might induce certain status effects on the players, I would really think through how to express the theme of your monster in terms of mechanics if you're going to be using it for, like, say, a tabletop RPG. And the other thing that I would do is just remember that like the gaming table inevitably gets really silly. So if you're trying to go super duper duper serious, imagine what happens if your big scary monster, like someone makes a fart joke in the middle of combat with it or something. Like people are going to try and figure out where its butthole is and stick a weapon in it. Like be ready for your monster to be treated in a silly way. And like, even if you can't plan for that, there's not much you can do about it, but just be willing to laugh with your players. If you're taking it too seriously and you're going to get defensive about your players being silly, you're kind of setting yourself up for a bad time. Yeah, so have those mechanics ready. Be ready to be made fun of. Think of it almost like a heel in wrestling, where like they're gonna like they're priming themselves to get beaten up. So if you're gonna be serious with the monster, do it in a way where it's gonna be funnier when the monster falls. And then consequently, like the challenge with tabletop RPGs is that you can't really control how your players are going to feel about the monster. If you're creating for some kind of fiction, movie, anything where it's not role play and like interactive narrative, then I would think about how you do want the audience to feel, because you have a lot more control to narrate the emotional reaction. And that's where I would think a lot more about what should it feel like to be in a space with this monster. Are you terrified because it moves in ways that are unpredictable? Are you scared because you can't always see all of it because it's like hidden, or it cloaks itself in darkness, or it's partly invisible? The feeling of fighting a monster you can't see is a really different kind of fear from the fear of like a monster where you smell blood and predator scent and you just have a sense of this thing is deadly and close. Those are very different fears. So knowing what kind of fear you want to tap, I think, is really essential for the less interactive kind of fiction if you're deploying it there.
I play a lot of like Powered by the Apocalypse games, and one thing I really like how they do is so it all boils down to an attack with a stat roll. But one thing that those games ask you to do is they ask you to describe how you attack and how you move. And that's all like just narrative that comes out of the player's head and out of the DM's description. And so that way you can control the theme, control like the narrative aspects without actually like altering like the game, like as an augmentation on top of the gameplay mechanics to help put in like, how does this creature move? How does it attack, and have those actually affect how your players react?
Yeah, absolutely. Just before we we move on, I want to throw in my own pet peeve: people who make their monsters too complicated. And it does this, and it does that, and it does the other. It's a little bit like what Dave was describing with Superman. Superman is in danger of this. Superman has so many freaking powers, and we forgive him because he's a Superman. He's an old superhero at this point. He's a venerated, you know. But yeah, monsters that have like just a random array of stuff, unending stuff they appear to be able to do that doesn't seem connected to each other. I think that's one of those novice mistakes that I see a lot, where they're like, I'm gonna make the ultimate like mixed martial arts fighting monster that does everything.
Go gadget
kind of,
evolutionary biology, like just
absolutely, and it kind of it nerfs itself. It doesn't have a theme, and it doesn't seem to logically have an ecological niche. It doesn't make sense. And I think that like with your first monster, a lot of game designers want to put everything into it. Like every single idea I ever had for a monster, I'm going to put in this monster. And you know, we were talking about chimeras earlier. They end up being this kind of unmanageable Cthulhu of different like chimera abilities that don't hang together, and they don't tell the story. They don't create fear. They just create confusion, but like bewilderment from the players. So I think that's always one to watch out for. Now, we touched on tactics, and tactics not just in games, but whenever we're talking about monsters, and especially considering fighting monsters. Tactics, how it operates, what does it do, what are its proclivities? These are so important, as I think it was Grace expressed earlier, of expressing the monster, expressing who they are, you know, exposition of what you're trying to create with this monster. Who hasn't gone first for a while? Peter, what are your thoughts on monster tactics? What are the kind of options that you like to explore with monster tactics?
I definitely like to think about like in most cases, monsters are some kind of apex predator. Even if you're not doing an ecological monster, you're still doing something that is powerful. So if it has survived this long on top, it's not because it's dumb, and it's not because it like just goes in charging and smashes until it dies. So I would think about like, how does it get an edge and maintain an edge when it's hunting, and what does it attack for? What reasons does it attack for? So is it attacking for food? Is it like one of those terrifying monsters that like attacks for fun? Is it driven because of like incursions into its space? Like think about its motivations for being in contact, because in the animal kingdom, like most apex predators try not to get into fights with other apex predators. They try not to get into fights with things that will hurt them. They tend to pick creatures that are easy targets. So like, why is it willing to have this confrontation that's worth it to it? Is a really important question to ask, and that's going to inform a lot about how it's going to make its entrance, how it's going to make its attack. And then the other thing that I think is really fun, just like from a combat design perspective, is like, think about the way that this creature's behavior changes when it gets bloodied, when it's below half hit points, when it's getting near its death door. What happens when it's desperate? Is it going to run and then you get to fight like a beefier, scarred version of it later when it's back for revenge? Is it going to double down and get more aggressive? And like, think about how much fun in video games, like the kind of last quarter of the HP bar boss fights get when they're like throwing bombs around and all that. Like, what is the evolutionary desperation equivalent of that for your monster, or like the psychological equivalent of that for like if you're doing like a psychological horror monster that's not really biological? What happens when this embodiment of, say, like the feeling of being followed in a dream, if that's the theme you're doing for your monster, what happens when that becomes desperate? How does it ramp things up? How can you escalate? And I think that like, if you do want to have a lot of ideas that you can cram into one monster, one way to do that more safely is don't roll them all out at once. Think about like what trait might evolve or emerge as it gets more desperate, and then like turn up the volume, increase the stakes. Players will love that, and it'll give them a chance to learn the logic of the monster one step at a time.
I love that. A learning curve, and then dial it up to 11. Dave, what are your thoughts on this one? Monster tactics.
A few things. You know, it's to your point there. That's one of the things that always bothers me about when people talk about dinosaurs. They're like, they're so slow and stupid. I'm like, I guarantee you they weren't. You know, like not to have lasted hundreds of millions of years. Like they like nature finds an equilibrium, and if you're slow and plodding, everything you want to eat is just going to get faster and faster. And I saw this fascinating thing, which is kind of applicable tangentially to what we're talking about. that was like, okay, we say dinosaurs were stupid because they had these like relatively small brains, but their brains were basically the same neurology as birds' brains, like literally birds' brains, not calling somebody a bird brain. And you look at what crows are capable of, for instance, and the problem solving that they're capable of, and then you're like, well, the Tyrannosaurus brain was still 4 times bigger than that. So even though it's small, you're like exponentially, you could kind of extract what it was probably capable of, which does lead directly into the number one thing that I'm always telling people is that intelligent creatures should behave intelligently. To Peter's point, no, most things won't rush headlong into danger. Most things won't rush and fight to the death, usually. But if it's a creature that you've established as intelligent, like like mind flayers are my favorite thing. Mind flayers are very squishy and weak and very easy to defeat if you just run up on it. You know who else knows that? The mind flayers. So they're not going to give you a chance to do that. They're going to hide behind, shields. They're going to levitate. They're not going to give you that free hit on them. One of my favorite modules of all time was called it's a box set. I have it over there because I'm very old. Dragon Mountain. And it was a high level adventure, and the entire thing was you're in this dragon's mountain. But the dragon was dead, and it had been taken over by kobolds who had rigged traps, and it was all guerrilla warfare. And your level 20 characters with these like 1/2 CR kobolds and they'd never give you a chance to fight them. And even if you did manage to like catch one with a magic missile or something, you're like, okay, I killed a kobold. Like I feel really proud of myself. And then boiling water comes out of the ceiling again. So you can always think about things like that. To the point that we've made a couple times about the sort of like hybrid grab bag monsters, one of the things you always have to keep in mind, at least in game context, is action economy. That you can give your monster 50 abilities, but chances are extremely high it's not going to get to use them all. Most monsters kind of have the standard claw bite, and I guess maybe now a legendary action in the 5th E parlance, which I would say to be mindful of. What can the monster do on its round that is going to have the maximum impact? And also try how can you flavor it where it's not just like it's still another claw and yet another claw and yet another bite. But I mean, if you've got a creature that's above, again, in D&D terms, above intelligence 5, which is I guess 3 is the cutoff for a beast, and by 5 you're approaching like very low human intelligence. If there's a cleric that is keeping everybody up and alive, like it bites somebody and then the cleric makes that bite goes away, it knows that too. So again, it can run for the back line and start eating all the squishy people. Like not the creatures, your adversaries don't have to fight like the group wants them to fight, because I guarantee you in real life they won't.
Yeah. Very, very important. There's a very fine book called The Monsters Know What They're Doing that I would recommend.
Keep them on that. Homie. Yep.
No, absolutely. Go ahead, Peter.
I was just saying, sorry, is that a module that's basically Dungeons and Dragons Home Alone? The kobolds in the mountain? Is that not just...
No, but yeah.
Shouldn't that make you the bad person?
I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna check the date on it, and I bet it's probably around the same time. You guys keep
like, then you're the home invader.
Yeah, you are the. You're the
all adventures are home invaders. It's all about perspective. I was a happy little ooze, just oozing around, and then these awful adventurers came in, and what? I'm not allowed to eat them or something? Outrageous.
It's this, all right? So hang on, I'm gonna check some dates. You guys keep talking, but
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say
about tactics, Grace.
I was gonna say only about tactics from the video game perspective, right? So what Dave was saying is true, actually, for a lot of turn-based video games as well. Like you play JRPGs, like a lot of how those monsters are designed is they have a specific pattern that they have adapted, or the game designer has just assigned to them. And part of being a player is learning how to adapt to those mechanics. And also even action games. So like Elden Ring, you learn what Melania's attack pattern is. You learn what Melania's attack pattern is after dying to her 500 times. And that's the only way you as a player are to survive, is to understand how that monster is attacking you. I, for one, love the evolutionary monster who just wants to eat you. One, I get really hangry all the time. But for me, that is the most primal, most difficult to empathize with or understand kind of monster, because it is just hungry. It just wants to eat you. And it is so desperate, it will do anything to eat you. There's no reasoning with it or anything. Like, for me, humanoid and psychological kind of terror monsters go in a different kind of category because of their intellect is high enough that they could empathize with you as their victim. But if it's hungry, then it does not care.
For me, that's what makes dragons terrifying, is that they're literally playing with their food. Like, they can have a chat with you and then just eat you. I find that terrifying. Like, I think for me, that's something much more scary than something that just doesn't understand what it's doing. Again, we go back to, like, what is scary for different people. Go ahead, Dave, tell us.
Home Alone, 1990. This was 1993.
Yes! We'll crack the code, everybody.
It was probably, yeah, probably, yep, probably not unrelated.
Okay, I love that so much. That gives me so much joy. Okay, we've talked about tactics. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to mention here. Just beware. Beware. If you have a monster that flies, make sure your players can deal with it. If you have a monster that swims, make sure players can deal with it. Make it fun. But if the monster can just, like, fly on the other side of the room and burn you, and there's not a damn thing the players can do about it, that's not fun. That's not fun anymore. Nobody's enjoying that. So make it kind of goes a little bit into what Dave was saying. You know, make sure it's the right monster for your party. Make sure the tactics are terrifying but compatible. Because otherwise you can make something less fun if you make something that like the players can't actually get at in any way. Speaking of, yeah,
I want to attach a small thing to that, though. You can confront them with something they can't beat yet.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, but make sure you give them an out. You know, like, they don't come into the cave and rocks fall in the cave and they can't get out of the cave and it's flying and they can't hit it. Yes, to that point, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or even worse, rocks fall and everybody dies. Nobody. That's very, very first edition. We don't do that anymore.
I play in a bi-weekly D&D game with the guy who coined Rocks Fall All Die, and luckily he's not the DM.
Okay, there we go.
He's actually a phenomenal role player and collaborative player.
Amazing. Speaking of trapping our players, monster layers. They are a massive part of the hero's journey. They are a massive part of the fantasy genre. They are an extension of the monster themselves, right? This is their home. Grace, do you have any thoughts on making these evocative?
So, have you heard of this country called Australia?
Technically, just one big monster layer, I suppose.
As Peter mentioned, a lot of creatures are apex predators within their environment. And so the wild thing about the platypus, it's only about the length of an adult human forearm. And it lays eggs, it's a mammal, but it's also poisonous.
Yes.
So basically in environments like Australia, like compared especially to New Zealand, Australia is actually like, it's an island, technically. It's an island. Why am I saying technically? It is. And so if you compare a lot of the Asian jungle and Australian creatures, like real life animals, compared to the things that live on the African savanna, the African ones are a lot bigger because they have a lot more space. Like the cheetah is designed to run 60 miles an hour because it has to cover 60 miles an hour. And so what you are doing is like you kind of can reverse engineer your environment based off of, hey, what is this creature super good at? And what kind of environment would have to be created in order to make that kind of tactic the most advantageous in that environment? In Australia, there is a plant that literally puts like needles into you to the point where people have asked to be killed because it is that painful. So a lot of like things in Australia are not large, but they are poisonous. And that is the adaptation for survival in a much like more condensed space.
Australia, the ultimate mega dungeon. Dave, what are your thoughts about monster layers and making them evocative?
My favorite thing about platypus is since they make both eggs and milk, they can create their own omelets. So there you go. You have a platypus omelet.
That's
yeah,
terrific.
talking about
Are they
environmental
sticking with the
pressure.
bill, though?
It's true. Yeah, the males are the poisonous ones. So, like, theoretically, you'd probably be fine eating
family
a
affair.
platypus omelet from a beaver duck thing that God has forgotten. Yeah, I know. We talk about all these chimeras, and then we're like, also platypus.
I've literally
they were all
drawn
the leftover parts. Yeah.
I've literally drawn a comic about the platypus being God preparing an emergency monster for his D&D session out of random traits because he didn't have time. I've literally drawn a comic of that.
It's true. So, hey, all this talk about, pay attention to the biology, pay attention to evolution. The real world throws curveballs, and your world can
So
too
weird.
if you want to. There. Yeah. Yeah, and island dwarfism is that thing that you're talking about, where it's like the people in smaller environments, like the Homo floresiensis, the hobbits, the human were little, and they were in an environment where they were little elephants too, which is adorable if you think about it. Little tiny people fighting little tiny elephants, and that really happened in our world. It just makes my heart glow. On a practical level, I find this is a lot of times one of the most overlooked things. I find even in 5th edition, very few people use the layer actions that are in the stat block. They're there. It's down at the bottom. It's like, here's what happens in the region, especially for a lot of higher level monsters. I don't think I've ever seen that used by anybody but me. But of course, I'm not at everybody's table. But I mean, those things are that content exists to because there's some creatures that it's just their presence in the area will create things like suddenly there's an overabundance of spiders or all the vegetation starts dying, and those kind of things can be used as plot hooks. That it's more than just you walk into room number 7 and fight monster number 53. You can start it off as like, wait, the crop yield is off. Everybody's going to start. Why? And start tracking. And you're like, oh, it's actually this hag that is in the mountains. And then you can really describe like the decrepit vegetation going into it in her hovel. And then you've now got the aforementioned intelligent creature that they actually can deal with and interact with possibly before fighting. Maybe not fight at all. I think that's another thing people overlook with a lot of things. Not every conflict has to have a violent solution. And if your players can come up with something clever to get around having to fight, you should not punish that. Because if they've overcome the challenge, they've overcome the challenge. I mean, there's times that like there's just certain things you're not going to fight your way out of, and people are going to swing, and it's going to be what it is. But in general, you should reward that sort of thing. So I think just in your prep time, while you're running down the list of what does this creature have to accomplish? I mean, is this just an encounter that I'm putting in early because I need 15 minutes to think of something else? So you're gonna fight a handful of goblins. Well, just to that thing that I was saying about Dragon Mountain, that although those are kobolds, the same 4 kobolds that they could have fought in the forest and would have been completely unremarkable if they have moved into an abandoned wagon from the King's Guard that is laying on its side, has an armored rooftop that they can pop out and shoot arrows at you and duck back down. Suddenly now that's a very interesting encounter, right? So just be mindful of those things. Even if it's just describing things, like you never go wrong with describing how things smell. And also a trick I use a lot of the time with people just to increase engagement and quite frankly take the burden off of me is I will have them come into the room and I'll say something like, you come into this creature's lair and it is absolutely nightmarish. You tell me what it looks like. I'll give them a hint. Like, I mean, like it's carnage. It's a bloodbath. It's awful. It's amazing. Like I'll give them an adjective and then you tell me what it is. And it gets them more engaged. and it's less work on me. So I'll let them tell me how scary the dragon. Like I'll tell them what the dragon's like, but you tell me what the dragon's lair is like. You tell me what I don't know if there's any bones left over from what the Tarrasque has been eating, or does it digest everything 100%? Like, you tell me what it is. Yeah.
And then you can save your adjectives for the ankylosaur scene, which is great.
Yes.
Because your players
Correct.
Right, because you're on a budget.
Yeah,
exactly.
We got a budget.
Yeah, speaking of actually developing these kinds of things from a game dev perspective, a lot of what I do is video gaming and working with large amount of teams. So when doing narrative stuff, that what Dave described is 100% a lot of what I do as a narrative designer. So I will basically I do something called writing an art brief, where I explain what the mood is of an area, and I say, here's any key pieces that I need in order to actually accomplish the gameplay. This is what the puzzle's going to be like. But then I hand it off to the art team. When you're working with another creative, remember, it's a partnership. So you want them to, not just your players, but other people who are working with you to be able to contribute to it. So if you just give the artist a mood, they'll come up with some wild stuff that you hadn't even thought of. And then you can go back and take that and add that into your story. And this is kind of by focusing on tone and theme and narrative and story, then you're going to be able to get a lot out of your other creative partners.
This really does kind of carry the conversation from the previous panel we were doing about starting world building, when the very wonderful Andy Law was saying both trust the people around you, trust the creatives around you, and let them bring the ideas, and also tone and theme is where it starts. Absolutely. Peter, what are your thoughts on monster layers?
I actually want to highlight an amazing resource that I know Grace produced for the Clarion workshops. Grace did I believe, a seminar on how to write art briefs really well.
Oh yeah, it's actually available on their
YouTube.
website
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, so look that up, because it's a masterclass. It's learning from an expert who's really good at this for free. And then the thing that I was just going to mention is, think about it's kind of like what Dave mentioned, where the confrontation happens and what kind of layer that ends up being is going to be really interesting. So I would think about 3 scenarios, which are: they track down the creature to its lair, which is actually 2 encounters. One is tracking the creature, which is going to be really fun, and then it's confronting it. So in the lair. The second is if the creature finds them first, the hunting. What is its hunting ground? Where would it choose to make an ambush? And then the third is if they manage to draw the creature out into a trap, what does that look like? Because those are all 3 really fun ways to approach the monster, and you'll get to see it in different lights. So I would say if you're looking at the lair, then everything that Grace already mentioned is really important. What does it do in its lair? Is it going to leave carcasses? Is it going to adorn it? Right? There are animals, non-intelligent creatures, that will somewhat adorn their nests, or that have preferences aesthetically for how it's set up. And then also, how do they defend it? So are they camouflaging it and hiding the entrance? Are they making it hard to get into, there's a small passage, or it requires a very large body to get up a cliff? How do they defend it? So those are important questions to ask for the lair. But if it's doing an ambush, it's almost more interesting to think about lair actions for an ambush site, because if it's a big creature, it's going to want an open space where it can use a big charge. If it's a very small or fast creature, it's going to want these tight spaces where it can outmaneuver you. So it's going to pick its ideal battleground and think about what that creature's body plan is going to let it do. Does it want access to treetops so it can go up and down really quickly, and you've got a really cool vertical combat? Think about that, and think about how it's going to use that space. And then just super duper minor specific hint is, whatever your virtual tabletop is, create a little token for the lair action, hide it in the the obscured area of the map, and then it's always in your initiative order. And you'll just remember to do cool lair actions more often. That's the thing that finally got me to start doing it for my own game.
I love that. That's some very good practical advice and some very good creative advice there. Folks, I'm having the same problem I had in my last panel, which is you're too awesome, and there's too many things that I want to talk about in this panel. Too many places I want to go. Too much awesomeness. But let's talk about introducing our monsters. We've built it. We know what it's supposed to do. We've created the layer and layer actions. The layer is dripping with, well, you finished that sentence, Dave. And now we have to introduce it to our players. How can we introduce our monsters in evocative ways? And I think first up is Dave. What are your thoughts?
What? So again, it kind of varies based on the sort of story that you're telling. If you're doing something multimedia, I love using a lot of sound at my table, and not necessarily things like Sirenscape. I mean, no disrespect to Sirenscape. I'll literally go find something like on YouTube, just an 8-hour loop of rainforest sounds. And I'll just kind of have that playing in the background to help kind of build it up. And then a lot of times when something is about to go wrong, like I'll stop it, because that happens a lot of times when like something dangerous is in the area, the forest tends to go quiet. And
It's
so if
also a horror
they've been hearing this here and this here, exactly, and then everything's stood there like, wait a second, why is everything stopping? You know, so I play a lot with sound. In one of the a great thing about storytelling, especially visual storytelling, is what you don't see is automatically more frightening. Like the more detail you give in general, the less scary that thing is. Because to give you a different example, if right now I say she's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life, everyone who just heard me saw something different. If I then say she's a 5'10" athletic redhead, you're like, well, that's not. I mean, I guess if you're into that, you know what I mean. Like I've now reduced the impact of what I was talking about. So that's why the first Alien movie is so effective, because you see the xenomorph so rarely. It's just this unstoppable force in the darkness that is just like taking people. So I would slow boat the full reveal as much as you can. So build up, what are they hearing? What are they smelling? Again, sense is the smell is the sense strongest tied to memory. So, you know, does it smell like decay? Does it smell sweet? Does it smell good? Really mess with them, you know? Then get into, even if you can do like practical things, like they're in the environment, like if you can just like make some noise where you're like, you hear something clanging in the next room, you know, like there, like you go into the sunken place, that still like engages more parts of people's minds. And then I will go into what I was saying before about, as they're getting like a little closer, I'll let them tell me what it's like in the area, because now they're freaking themselves out, to Grace's point. And then when you get the reveal, I usually, again, my descriptions, I usually keep it fairly light. I'll say things like, it is a black slimy horror covered in teeth and fangs dripping with venom the size of a house, and it's coming towards you. Roll initiative. You know, like I won't be like, it is 33 feet long, 15 feet wide. It has green luminescent scales that are octagonal linking together. I mean, some people's brains work that way. I don't mean to be cruel, but this is about eliciting an emotional response. An emotional response in specific details don't elicit an emotional response. So they just enough for them to know what they're up against and then get into it. You can always show them a picture later. Or if you have a picture, show it to them right then, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
And speaking of pictures, Grace, what are your thoughts on tricks to introduce monsters?
So one of the tricks I would do that Dave was describing, the whole thing about not showing the monster, I think one of the great ways to do it is you find an NPC or another character and have them describe their emotional reaction to the monster. So that way, like, what the player ends up doing, or the reader ends up doing, is they connect with the emotional response, because we're very attuned to other human beings and other things of like, you know, levels of like things with similar intelligence as we are. And so when somebody tells us that they feel sad, we know what it's like to feel sad, and we can also kind of like feel that sadness. So when somebody explains that a monster has eaten their children, our automatic reaction is going to be, oh shit. And then basically through the lens of another character, you can actually create, like, you can make a lot of those things, like, you know, it's poisonous barbs or something, seem much more threatening because it's through the perspective of somebody else who has experienced it. And I find that this is particularly effective in things where you don't have visuals or sound. And like, if you're writing something that's like in prose, then a lot of what a reader is doing is connecting through the emotions of your main character. So if you even just have your point of view character explain this, then it will elicit the emotion within the audience.
I love this so much, partly because it's so emotional, it's so evocative. One of the things I always say about exposition is either in motion or emotional, and that is such an emotional way to do exposition. But also, it's unreliable narrators, and I love me some unreliable narrators. They still don't really know. They only know what this guy is saying, and I think that is so clever. Peter, what are your thoughts?
I was actually going to say,
I was going to say
in
exposing our
motion.
monsters, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. In motion is exactly what I was going to recommend, which is like I tend to like I'm a writer and I love writing a good, like I love purple prose. I love overwriting my descriptions, but more important than like a good description in your armory for introducing a monster is actually understanding what the moment of the reveal is going to be. And this, you may have to be willing to adapt this because if your players, surprise you and disrupt your plans, you got to honor that. But like, I know two of the introductions that I was most happy with monsters I've done. One was kind of an Italian Southern folklore, Sicilian folklore inspired campaign where my players were hunting the strega, the witch. And I really wanted to think about like, what is a way to make them think they are safe and then disrupt that safety through a reveal. So they've been learning certain rules by which the witch operates, thinking that if we do these things, we'll be safe. And there's a moment where this long, thin, clawed arm comes up out of the well and grabs the dirt, and they think, okay, she's in the well, she's not that far, we know if we don't go within certain feet. And then the hand pulls, and the actual hole of the well moves with her. And it was that moment of disrupting safety and understanding how to like set a rule and then break it thoughtfully that I think made that reveal really powerful. So in motion, right, showing what the creature can do in motion with that reveal. The other one was I had a wreck golem that was a creature that was sort of made of this composite of pieces of shipwreck in a sort of piratey campaign that I was doing. But the creature reveal was that the spell for like summoning this was like bound into a runestone, so they could like smash the rune on the deck, and then you'd hear the crunching of wood as bits and pieces came together. And I think seeing and feeling the thing assemble as like the deck trembles underneath you was another way very much in motion to make that reveal happen and make it a bit more kinetic. So I tend to plan what is the moment, how to make that moment more dramatic through motion. And again, asking yourself like what makes them feel safe, how do they think they figured this out, and having the creature's strategy to get around that, or a moment of breaking that barrier, can be a lot of fun for like throwing your players off their rhythm.
I love that. Yesterday in day one, we had a whole panel about horror and creating moments of safety to lure your players and readers into a false sense of security. Absolutely came up, and I think you've hit the nail on the head. That's such a clever way to introduce these monsters, and as you say, to play with the information. Yes, okay, they can only do that, but let's see what happens next. I have had so much fun on this panel, as well as being so inspired by my amazing guests, B. Dave Walters, Peter Tchaikovsky, and Grace Fong. Folks, we have 1 minute left. One final nugget of information, a final tip, one sentence. Tricks for monsters. Dave, what have you got?
All of this is supposed to be an opportunity for your players to feel like rock stars. Like whatever you do, whatever you put them through, it is ultimately for them to triumph and feel like hooray. As long as they feel good at the end of the fight, you've done your job.
Well said. Peter, one sentence, tips for monsters.
It's supposed to be fun. So if you find you're getting up in your head too much about getting the details to work or making the lore consistent, just remember that it's supposed to be fun. Go back to that rule, and like you said, that'll, or like Dave said, that'll make your players feel like rock stars if you can get that energy going with it.
I love that. And Grace?
Tap into the emotions that your players are feeling. Ask them what they're scared of, because when they defeat the thing they're scared of, they're really going to feel like rock stars.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we have... Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Can I just say one tiny thing here at the end?
Please.
Folks, Tracy Hickman is already in chat, so I have to say thank you for helping raise me, and Raceland Magir is my favorite character of all time. You've done a credit to all people that will live on for centuries. Thank you so much, sir. Okay.
You know what? This is unorthodox, but Tracy is very, very lovely. So I'm just going to bring him up here. just going to pop him up. Hey, Tracy.
Dave, I'm so grateful to you. Thank you, my friend. I'm what a wonderful thing to say. And you know, it's one of the things that if we make stuff up in the closet, right? And we enjoy them ourselves. That's fine. That's great. But when you get to share it with people, and when you hear that it's influenced them and has been a part of their lives, nothing is better than that. I'm grateful to you for your very kind words. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, sir. I got nothing else to say. I know you're trying to wrap this thing up. So
There is
I got
always
all
time.
dressed up too. So
There is always time for some Tracy love. Dave, you missed his song earlier. We had a lovely panel starting well, but there was singing, there was dancing. What can I say? We have fun here at World Building Con because why not? It is supposed to be fun. Folks, we are going to have a 1 minute, yes, a 1 minute bio break. So go grab a drink. We will be doing our final questions, Q&A, world building thoughts with the amazing Tracy Hickman and the amazing Demetrius. I'll be there too in just 1 minute. All right, folks, see you very, very soon. Well, folks, it's the end of Worldbuilding Con. We have just one final little Q&A panel chat questions to hang out and digest what has been, I hope you don't think I'm biased, a thoroughly spectacular con. Have our guests not been glorious? Yes, they have. Have we not had chair dancing, singing, monsters, horror, world-building advice? We brought you everything. Throw into the chat what your favorite moment of the con was. And I'm not going to spring it on Tracy. Demetrius, do you have a favorite con moment so far?
Okay, so before I start saying anything else, I would like to say, first of all, a very, very warm hello to Tracy. I have not seen you through the whole con, Tracy. apart
I
from talking-
know. When I've been on, it's been so late at night. It was way past your bedtime. I think it was probably past everybody's bedtime by that time. I know. And it is a sad thing for me because Demetrius, you are one of my favorite people in the world. The other one, of course, being Janet. But yeah.
Don't worry, Tracy. I'm pretty sure we can arrange some time to actually sit down and talk soon, very, very soon. But
I absolutely hope so. If I'm still trying to come up with a way to visit you wonderful people, because there's nothing more motivating in the world to me than sitting down over good food with fascinating and absolutely wonderful people. And you are my favorite people to sit down with dinner with. Okay, maybe R.A. Salvatore, because we've had dinner with him too. Now that would be the perfect dinner. Both of you, R.A., Laura, and I. Oh, we would have to close them down.
Yeah, absolutely.
But having said that, Janet, I would like to say that today we had our talk in the beginning of the day, and then I sat down here and I was like, you know what? I'll put the con on the side and I'll do some work in the meantime. I got completely stuck. The panels were so incredible. I could not stop watching and listening, essentially. So I think it was an incredible con altogether. And I would like to say that if it has not been said already, you have done an absolutely incredible job managing this crazy circus with all the people coming here and all the people on the chat. I would like to say that I think that from all of us, thank you so very much for hosting the event. It was incredible and it's really appreciated.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's fine. It's just you and me and 1,562 listeners. So don't worry, nobody's heard. It's no problem. So the questions are already flooding in. We have a fave session here. Resources or monsters? I learned so much from both. I'm so glad. Secondhand Samurai straight in. Tracy, when can we buy the chair dancing module? That's what Secondhand Samurai wants to know.
I'm working on the chair dancing module right now, and in fact, hopefully we will. It'll be some sort of a plug-in that will go into World Anvil when we get to, because, such a necessary feature, I think, is one that needs to be proposed.
Oh yes, absolutely.
One might say it might get rolled in.
It could be a competition here later in the year. Best chair dancing implementation in World Anvil, and I think that I think the world is a better place for it.
Absolutely. I mean, the idea definitely has legs. At least 4 of them. So
at least,
yeah,
at
least I'm here for
at
it.
least 4 of them.
You've got to hope, right?
Truthfully, I've been doing some practicing here between the sessions because it's just too good to pass up.
Already a pro in this new sport. For those of you who think we've completely lost our marbles, we were actually talking about marbles in the same session. This was our Planning Your World session. So you can go back and watch that later. All of this will be available on our YouTube. And later released on podcast and blog across the internet. Everything will be available. We have a very nice note here from Sable Radio who says, can I say thank you all so much for doing this? This is an amazing resource, and the fact that it's free and open is to everyone is a wonder. You are also generous with your time and effort, and I appreciate it deeply. Big love. Well, I mean, we've told Tracy as much already, but one of the reasons that we wanted to start Worldbuilding Con was when we traveled to the States, we realized that so many people can't come out to physical meetups, physical locations, which means that they never get to hear amazing people like Tracy speaking and releasing books and sharing their enormous wisdom. So we thought, well, hell, why don't we do it online? That's where we do everything else. And then everybody can come join, regardless of whether you can go to cons or not, regardless of, what your circumstances, everyone can tune in. So Sable Irradiate, you are so welcome.
Well, how many people are with us right at this moment?
Right now we have 1,563. It's just gone up.
And that's good. My mother finally signed. No, my mother didn't sign it. What's wonderful about this convention is not only the fact that we can gather from places where normally we couldn't come to an official convention or an in-person meet and greet, but and as wonderful as those are, not only does this give an opportunity for a much wider audience. I mean, at a convention, normally an audience size, frankly, is going to be around 200 people, perhaps, who can fit into the room if it's a popular one. If it's a major event at a convention, maybe you could get 1,000 people into the space, right? But here we can come together in as large of an audience, as large a group of us together to experience this personally. Plus, it also offers those of us who present at this convention the opportunity to meet with other people in our field that normally we wouldn't be able to do. I mean, meeting Dominic and Andy in the panel that we did just earlier today was such a joy for me. And and in the last panel that we had, connecting with Dave just out of the blue I've already sent email to him so that we can converse and chat as well. So we get to not only as professionals meet new people, but then we get to see such a much broader range of experience and spectrum of ideas that are outside of our own box.
Yeah.
This very much informs everybody's creativity and leads to this just explosion of ideas and concepts and new directions that hadn't occurred to us before.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said. And I will see everyone who's sitting there in the chat saying, I can't decide which my best moment was. I'm kind of having the same trouble. Every single panel, somebody said something that made me go, wow. Yes, I hadn't thought of that, or I had thought of that, but I'd never thought of it in that way, or I'd never heard it, stated in those words. We learn so much from each other, and we on the screen are learning from each other, just like you in the chat are learning from what we're sharing as well. So, yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty fun so far, I'll say.
Well, I'm also looking forward to going back and watching the videos after the fact to be able to on my own time and at my own pace to be able to absorb this kind of fire hose of information that we've had for 2 days.
Yeah, it has been a lot, that's for sure. Yeah,
been intense, hasn't it? Mama Shaw says, I'm medically homebound, so this truly is the only way I could attend. You are so welcome. It is an honor and a pleasure to have you here. And I have news from a World Anvil developer. Already scaffolded the plugin architecture for chair dancing module.
Yes,
happening, guys.
I'm ready for chair dancing.
Release it to prod.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. We have a specific question for Tracy. Is there a part 2 of your seminar, Unusual Suspects?
Normally, the Usual Suspects is a 2-hour seminar that we took a crowbar and stuck it into 1 hour, and that's especially because it works so well as a workshop. Yeah. To have people come present ideas and let's take a look at the characters in your current story and see what's missing. See how we can support it more strongly. So yes, there is a part 2 of to Usual Suspects, and who knows, I personally have a great deal of faith that there's going to be a world building seminar or world building convention in 2025, and I'm going to do everything I can to be there.
I think now it's tradition. I was thinking that before, Tracy. Like, we had you as our keynote speaker. We had you this year as our seminar guest. I think you're just part of Worldbuilding Con now. I think I'm just going to hang on to you forever. I'm never letting you go, Tracy.
Oh, I hope so. I hope so.
See, these are things that
that's the other thing about World
guests
Anvil is this community that we've got. The community that World Anvil has built worldwide of creative people that are united in this amazing tool of creativity. I spent all of last year professionally building a world for Loot Studios for a product that they're coming out with this year, and World Anvil was the absolute heart of that development cycle. Everyone that I was working with Loot Studios, and they're based in Brazil. And so Brazil, the development team and the designers and the company in Brazil, everyone that was there that was on the team could go into the World Anvil site for this project we were working on. Look at in real time at the current state of the development. See everything that had been written, all of the maps that had been posted. They could post art themselves that was inspirational to the pieces that we were, and so as an inspirational touchstone and a communal workspace, World Anvil turned out to be perfect for the development of this creative space. So, you know, I keep thinking of new uses here for World Anvil, and of course, every time a world pops into my head, which is kind of daily, you know, the very first thing that I do is I frame it in my head in terms of the World Anvil framework, because it's so exploratory and it's so inspiring. What this brings to the creative process, and like I say, it becomes a community of creativity, and gives us the ability to be in touch with each other. Yeah, we are the makers. We are the people who make things, and the world, I think, needs more people who make things rather than tear them down.
Yes, I would
Absolutely.
100% agree with that. We have a question here from Mythcross, who says, what was it like seeing your ideas go from ideas to a literary RPG? Can you describe the feeling and the process?
Wow. You know, it's actually a very interesting question. And first of all, my first reaction to the question is to say it feels great. But mostly it feels great because it has moved people. If I'm a best-selling novelist, I'm a New York Times best-selling novelist, that's really not something that I did. That happened because so many people connected with the words that we wrote, that Margaret and I wrote, that they bought the books in such volume that it put us on those lists. And so who actually made this popular are all of the fans that were out there, and all of the people who connected with those words, took them into themselves and made them part of their lives. And so when I first came into Dungeons and Dragons, my wife introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons. She's the one actually who got me into this. And I had no idea what I was getting into when she introduced me to D&D. I said to her, you said this is the best game in the world. What's the board like? And she's, well, there isn't one. And I said, okay, what are the rules? And she said, well, they're kind of flexible. And it sounded really stupid to me. But truthfully, as I caught the vision of what D&D could be, in the very beginning, it wasn't about the job, and it wasn't about the literary RPG was not a thought in my head. What it was about was the nature of this creative horizon that was in front of me all of a sudden, that I could see all of these things that I could create with these minimal tools that we had. I mean, I've still got here. I've got them here on my desk. Just a moment.
Tracy's desk is a item of wonder.
Okay.
I think it's like I was just saying, Tracy, your desk is an item of wonder all by itself.
It is. This is my bag of holding here on my desktop. This is my original D20 die.
Wait.
Oh,
let
wow.
me just do that.
Here, see.
There.
This is my original D20 die, and this die originally, and of course, the 20 here I've got. It's okay, good, fine. This is from a blue basic set.
Wow.
And this blue base, this was the first thing my wife gave to me. She wanted to give it to me for my birthday, but she gave it to me a month early because she couldn't wait. And this die is from my original blue basic set. And when they came in the original blue basic set, nobody was doing polyhedral dice back then. I am that old. And so this was originally, it was white, all white, but it came with a crayon that you would color in the numbers so you could actually read them.
Wow.
Okay? And so I hand painted this dice with acrylic paint so that I could actually see what was going on here. And as you can see, it's been used so many times and is so worn down, it will not stop if you roll it. It just to read a face takes forever on this die.
Perpetual dice.
But originally, because of this, originally my wife got me into D&D. And for me, it was this creative horizon. I could do anything, and it was a horizon that always kept moving because I could create things and continue and take me places that I could not go before. And so for me, initially, it was all about the joy of creation. And after I bought my first, after I started buying the AD&D books when they came out, the first edition AD&D, which are also, by the way, back here on my desk. After I started buying those, we were in college at the time, and I was using my student loan money to buy D&D books as they were published. Best use that money was ever put to, by the way.
I mean,
And
career developing investment, I might say.
It was, but who knew it at the time, you know?
Exactly.
And she said, you know, if we're going to spend this much money on these books, because it was like, you know, it was like a week's wages practically at that time.
Yeah.
And she said, you're going to have to find a way to make money at this. And that's when we started doing self-publishing with no concept of copyright whatsoever. And which eventually led to a job offer from TSR back in those days, which eventually led to my becoming a game designer and starting to learn the craft of game design next to some really amazing people like Zeb Cook and Jeff Grubb, Douglas Niles. I mean, and there was nobody in the company that was older than 25 years old. I mean, the average age in the company at the time was 24.
Mm.
And it was a really heady time to be able to create things and to create things that we wanted to create. And what we did not understand is that the joy in that creation connects with people. And eventually can turn into products, and eventually can be shared because of that with people all around the globe, which is a whole other kind of joy. Books, an unread book is an unrealized thing. It isn't until a book does not live until it's opened and read, and the words of the book are interpreted by the reader, and who then creates something fresh and new every time. So to have books go out and to have them spring to life is a different kind of creation and a different kind of joy. So I hope I've answered your question, maybe not necessarily in the way that you were looking for it to be answered, but I do want you to know that what you create here at World Anvil, in and of itself, is a gift of joy.
Yeah.
And then when you share that gift of joy with everyone else, that is the second creation of your concept that is another level of joy as well. You know this, Janet, from your own work.
I was going to say, Tracy is a multi-best-selling author, creator of all things awesome. I'm a little baby game designer. This is my book. It's the Dark Crystal RPG. It's it was an astonishing thing to be asked to write, and I truly, like, the experience almost sent me mad, but in the best way possible. It's, I suppose, the best way of describing it. Almost drove Demetrius mad as well. But I designed this book for games company, for the Henson Company, of course, and Riverhorse Games. And we did everything online because this was during the pandemic. And this email kind of popped into my inbox and they said, would you write this thing? And I was like, this looks fun. And Demetrius, I almost said no. And then Demetrius was like, no, you must write this thing. And I sort of, it went off, and then I heard that the book had been published, and I was like, oh, that's very exciting, the book's been published. And then it arrived here, and I was like, the book has arrived on my shelf, and I put it on my shelf, and I thought that was the end. Oh man, I was wrong. I get messages from people who are like, I've been playing your RPG. Your RPG. This is the work of many, many people. Okay, like just to be clear, a lot of us work together to make this. But my face is on the front cover. So okay, I've been playing your RPG. And we lost the one of the creatures. We lost them, and then we found them, and then this thing happened. And I was like, but I didn't write that. I wrote the pieces, but you made the story. And I think it's akin to what you were saying, Tracy, like, especially with RPGs, but also with novels. We put these pieces out there and we say, go play, go imagine. And this is not a game unless somebody plays it. And when somebody plays it, this is not the game I wrote anymore. Mm-hmm. I wrote ingredients and I put them in the world, and people have done the wildest, the funniest, the most tragic, the most spectacular things with them that are all on them. And I guess that makes me really proud that I could facilitate that. But that's creativity in the world. That's not me anymore. I can't own that. All I can say is, hooray, I helped. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. But there's joy in that too. I mean, people will come up to me very often at conventions and they will start telling me about my book. And, you know, when you, why are you, I wrote it. I know what's in there, really, although that's not true. John Steinbeck said that there are as many books as there are readers.
Yeah. Because
every reader puts their own person, their own experiences, their own prejudices, their own delights, into that space in between the words, which is where experience is created in the book. And so what I came eventually to understand is that they're not telling me about my book, they're telling me about their performance of my book.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the same. I'm sorry, Tracy.
No, go ahead.
Please continue. No, please.
See, I always stop for Demetrius because every time he says something for me, it opens new things for me.
Okay. I will just say actually that this is something we don't realize about all the experiences that we as storytellers create. Either if that's a novel, or it is a game you created, or even as a storyteller, you are creating a seed, but really the story is played in the eyes and the mind of your players. And your players, if you ever were able to actually dive into their brains and see what they have created, the chances are that is monumentally different from what you have in mind while you're narrating or while you're creating the story. And that is a very powerful experience because, as you said before, with every book, every reader creates a world. It's exactly the same thing around the table. So when you're sitting around the table with your 6, 5, 10, from myself, players at this point, you are creating 11 worlds every single moment.
And each of those players creates their own story internally, their own experience internally in the game, because every one of them is the hero of their own story.
Exactly.
And so that story that they are creating is a different story than the thief that's sitting next to them, who has created a completely different perspective on this world, a personal perspective on this experience that's unique to them. And all of that, all of this kind of experiential narrative, which is generated narrative, it's narrative that the individual themselves creates, is actually very much at the frontier of entertainment today. When I was working at the Void, we were doing VR immersive experiences, location-based immersive experiences, and we suddenly found ourselves in the position of having to create narrative environments in which the people who are going through the environment had to create their own story as they moved through it. And understanding not immersive narrative, but emergent narrative.
Yes.
A narrative that comes from within, based on experience, is a different type of story experience.
Yes, absolutely.
I have to admit,
go
before we
ahead.
continue, that I have never published anything, either book or RPG. But
That's not true. You and I co-authored an adventure.
okay, fair. Noting the class that you both did, I'll put it that way. But I was about to say that the feeling that you have described is very similar to the feeling of getting Gold Anvil out. In many cases, I have not written anything, as I said, but the responsibility that you hold and the ability that is given by a tool, a creative tool, is in many ways similar, at least for me as a creator, not necessarily as definitely, as the consumer essentially of that tool, but it is a very odd feeling to know that you have created something and suddenly people are taking it and they do all sorts of things that you have never imagined they would be possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm continuously happily and delightedly amazed by the things that the community is creating, and I'm like, how is that possible? And so many people come to us and say, I wouldn't be possible to do that without Gold Anvil, and I've never thought it would have been possible. Or essentially, you helped me create my world, you helped me go through X, Y, Z in my life, kind of thing. And it is almost a responsibility at this point, and it's a responsibility that I'm taking very seriously. I think the whole team takes very, very seriously right now, because we are essentially, responsible to make sure that these worlds stay there and they're alive.
We
and
are
they're
the
being
guardians of other people's dreams. That's a really big responsibility. Not that it keeps me up at night, obviously, but
it wakes me up every time at 4:30 in the morning. So you know what? It's something of.
But you're absolutely right, Demetrius. That sometimes the crafting of the tools of creativity, the crafting of those tools in and of itself is a huge contribution to the creative process. As we talked about earlier in our world building seminar, that for us to properly create these worlds and for us to properly create this narrative, we have to be able to hold this narrative in our hands like a handful of marbles. If you hang on too tight, you squeeze and all the marbles go out and you lose your marbles. Or if you just let everything kind of be loosely associated and just open your hand, then you lose all of your marbles. For me, what World Anvil does and continues to do in each of its innovations and iterations is to provide us with this space that helps us to find the structure in our creativity, and helps us to organize our creativity in a way that we can understand and makes it useful to us. So there's so much information involved in a world and in world building and in organizing settings for narrative. And it's a huge amount of data that is all too often uncorrelated data for the creatives. Creatives are notorious for being disorganized. But by creating by creating this amazing tool and these sets of tools, you provide for us this framework that gives direction and motivation to this amorphous thing that we're building. It helps us refine it. It helps us focus it. It helps us make it more concrete.
You know, Tracy, it keeps us up at night and keeps us awake through the day with Janet. We have conversations upon conversations about how do we explain to people how to world build. Like, this question comes pretty much twice a day, at least, as an actual conversation here, because it is very difficult, because you treat everyone separately. Everybody has their own ways, but you have to create an environment that everybody can thrive. And it is, people often come, for example, will say, oh, it's unintuitive. And I was like, okay, but what does this mean for you? Like, I would love to actually understand, because I know there are people who don't believe there's unintuitive, and I'm pretty sure that this means that it does not align with what you want, but tell me what you mean. And not many people can explain that as well, because it is very difficult. Like, you go into World Anvil for the first time as a world builder, and you have to learn a new tool, and you have to learn how to world build, and you have to sit down and focus on your work as well. And it is an impossible task. And that's why I feel so proud for every single person who actually manages to, like, hoist the sails and manage to stay the course kind of thing and create something. It is daunting, and although it's incredible at the end, it's a daunting task. So yeah, congrats to all of you, essentially, for doing that to happen, essentially.
I want to start making my own miniatures, and by that I mean not just throwing them on my 3D printer. I mean, I want to sculpt and create, and I have this fabulous idea of how to approach miniatures that I think would really help gamers everywhere. So what do I need to do, to make this happen? Well, I should start with something simple.
Blender for dummies.
Blender for dummies. Okay. This is not a thin book.
I wouldn't. Well, it's not a small book either. I mean,
no.
That's what Tracy said. It's not a thin book. Absolutely.
It is a very hefty book, and the print is not large. And so, yes, it's true that if I want to achieve this, if I want to be able to do this, I need to learn Blender. And Blender is not unlike World Anvil, is a tool in which you can do almost anything in a 3D space. People use it for animation, people and video structure, right? And yes, absolutely, Circus. WA is ever so much more intuitive than Blender.
Well, we have that going on for us.
Yes. So see, you are doing something just fine. But the point in that is that I have to spend the time, the really heavy ramp up learning curve, if I'm going to achieve that. World Anvil, as has been pointed out, is nowhere near this kind of ramp up. And in fact, one of the things I love about World Anvil is that you can dive into it somewhere.
Yeah.
If you need to learn maps, you can learn maps and how to do maps. Well, maps leads you to the idea of linking to articles. Well, okay, then we can explore articles, and maybe we can do a little bit more in articles. As we're doing articles, I really need a timeline now. So maybe I should go over and learn about timelines and how to work in timelines. So yeah, Delenia, you're absolutely correct. Start where you are. Lift where you stand is a phrase that's familiar to me.
I like that.
You take a place, and wherever you are in the World Anvil process, just start there, lift there, and that can be your starting point. It doesn't matter that you don't know the entire expanse of the capabilities of World Anvil. This too is an adventure. And maybe for me, that's also been part of it. World Anvil has been an adventure for me as I have gone forth and explored new horizons of tools and ideas and organization. I will admit, as much as I love World Anvil and use it every day, there are still areas of World Anvil that I have yet to explore. But I know what those are, and I know when I need them, they'll be there for me.
That's exactly the philosophy that we built it. We built it as a big tool chest, knowing that you need a hammer for some jobs, and you need a screwdriver for some jobs, and then for some jobs you need that special piece of kit. World Anvil has it, but you don't need that for every job. You don't need that for every world. You need that for that one particular world. You need the kit. We even have that kit, but generally, a hammer and a screwdriver will take you very far. World Anvil has excellent hammers and screwdrivers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
That was the dream. And again, we built it for ourselves first because we're world builders and we needed something. So it
I
has
think we
been
still
built.
do, Janet.
Yeah.
I think we still do, and I think our team knows it as well. Like essentially, every time we do a change or we're thinking about how we're gonna do it, it is always about actually how can we make our process better, having learned all we've learned from the community, because we're learning as well. Like, all right, I mean, let's be truthful here. I think it's a very humbling truth to know that no matter how much you've learned and how much you know, there is always more to learn, and everybody can teach you something. I think that it's a philosophy that we have really embraced in World Anvil, that there is not a stupid idea. There is 1,000 ideas, and all of them have something to contribute to the wholeness of what actually makes a great tool and make a great world, a great concept, a great way of doing things, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just don't expect World Anvil to ever be finished. There won't be a day when you say, oh, we can't make anything else. Now, it doesn't need any improvement anyplace else, and there's no new concepts for us to model. No, this is the horizon. And the wonderful thing about horizons is that they are so motivating. We see a horizon and we want to go there. We want to cross it, even though we know that just by going there, the horizon's going to move again. But we're compelled to create. That is the community that we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
True.
And I think that's why we love building worlds. It's a project of endless inspiration.
Now I want to go build something. What am I going to do?
Just crack open a tab and start building, Tracy.
I will. I'll crack open a tab. I'm sorry. I'd participate in the closing ceremonies here, but I've got to build something. And yeah.
But I'm pinning my interactive map right now, so just give me a second.
Just give me a moment. Well,
I would like to make a shout out. I would like to shout out to my team and specifically to Steven, since he's here today. I've been using the new to-do list that nobody has seen apart from me so far, and it looks really good, and it helps me so much to know what I'm building tomorrow, which is really good.
Oh, you
Just saying here.
You are teasing us, is what you are doing, Demetrius.
That is my specialty, Tracy. I'm really sorry. Like everybody who knows me knows that if there is something I'm good at is teasing people about things we have done.
The chat has just exploded like this. So just to let you know what's going on now. Yeah, we're, you know us guys, we're always cooking up something new to help you with your world building. And just to Dimitri's point earlier, the team always knows that we're always using World Anvil and we're always looking for ways to improve. Because after the weekend, I come with all of the ideas because I've been world building and writing all weekend, and I come in and basically every time I find something or have an idea, I'll go and put it in the virtual office, which is a Discord, and then I'll shut it and I'll be like, no more work. And then I'll go use World Anvil and I'll be like, but what if it did this? And what if it worked like this? And what if this worked with that? And then there's another idea.
And now you understand why I spent 5 years working through the weekend while I was trying to do my world.
Yes, absolutely. Folks, we have a lot of thank yous. So I fear if we don't start now, we will not be able to address them all. And I will start with you, Tracy. Thank you so much for yet again making Worldbuilding Con. You and many other very spectacular guests, but you, Tracy, as well. Making Worldbuilding Con so rich and fulfilling and full of wisdom and fun as well. Tracy, thank you. Your presence is always a blessing.
Thank you. And if I've done nothing but contribute to chair dancing, I feel fulfilled.
I think you've done way more than that, Tracy, today, but the chair dancing was definitely a very good addition.
It was spectacular. And the song. Don't forget the song.
Which, you know, it was funny because we get into these situations and the creativeness just starts bubbling, and then, like, you know, the lid on the pot, it starts bubbling over and off. And so, Laura, just come and wave hello to Janet and Demetrius.
Good to see your faces.
Great
So
to
lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Oh, now I am dreaming of spicy shrimp cocktails.
Oh yes, please.
The wasabi shrimp cocktail.
Yes, that would be really fabulous. Yes, Laura's ready, or maybe even Thai. Thai's good.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're talking about, but that's
food. We're talking about food here.
We're always one step away from talking about food here at World.
Yes, we're always one step from food.
Food and world building.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Tracy, thank you so much for joining us. And you're very right. It's amazing what happens when you get creative people together in a space.
Well, and that's why as we're in the middle of this absolutely fabulous seminar, and my creativity was spicing here, and so I'm not only listening to the seminar and really enjoying it, but I'm over here typing words to a song because I couldn't help myself.
You are hilarious.
I love
Laura
it so
says I'm
much.
hilarious. Okay, thank you, darling.
You are hilarious, and we love you. Of course, a massive thank you to my other panelists and guests as well. They have all been spectacular. A big old thank you to the chat. Your insights, your questions, your fun conversation, and just, you know what, we have 1,500 world builders keeping each other company right now. I think that is freaking awesome. We are a niche, guys. I want to say there's not that many of us. Clearly, there's at least 1,500 of us. But we got to keep each other company. You see what happens when creative people get together. You get songs from Tracy. You get chair dancing from Andy Law. It's inspirational. It gives us joy, and that's what keeps us creating. So to our community, to the wider community, to everybody who's been part of Worldbuilding Con in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. And there's another very special thank you I want to give. We have very, very special thank you.
Very.
Oh no, it's not James Bond. But we have had the amazing Secondhand Samurai in the chat sharing, and I don't know if you know this, we've also had somebody without whom Worldbuilding Con this year would not have happened, and that is the amazing Kat. Kat helped me with guest coordination. We had meetings where we bounced ideas off each other about, oh, who would be a wonderful fit for this panel, and oh, how should we gear this topic. Kat has been with me every step of the way, running around finding fantastic guests, finding replacements at the last minute when poor Jason Carl couldn't join us because he was ill. If it has seemed seamless, guys, it's because Kat has been behind the scenes making everything go smoothly. Kat, thank you so much for all of your very hard work on Worldbuilding Con this year.
Thank you so much. I love working on this. I tell everybody when they ask about it that this is the best day of the year. It's the best part of our year because it's so much fun to pull all of these great creative geniuses together and put them all in a room together that they wouldn't ordinarily be in, and just watch the fun stuff happen. Watch all the ideas start popcorning all over the place and things like that. And I know that like a lot of people have asked, are these going to be available for replay? Yes, we will work studiously. We will work very hard behind the scenes to get all of them chopped into their individual bite-sized pieces so that you can re-enjoy and re-experience the wonder of Worldbuilding Con for time to come. And it's going to be great. Also, if you have any ideas, I'm not saying that Worldbuilding Con is coming back next year, but if you have any ideas for people or topics or things that you'd love to see in future Worldbuilding Cons, please hit us up. It's also been really great because some of the people that we pitched to come to Worldbuilding Con had commitments, couldn't make it this weekend, but we actually got them to come on the podcast and stream. So Worldbuilding Con has had more of an influence with our ability to bring you great world building content and education beyond just Worldbuilding Con alone. It's also brought some great guests to the podcast and stream. So if there's somebody you want to see, something you want to talk about, hit me up. I am always willing to serve your content needs at World Ample.
Feedback form.
I was just about to say, folks, there is a special place to give us all of your feedback. Yes, we came prepared. We packed our bags. We went to the general store before we went into the dungeon, and we have a feedback form. Please go fill it in. There may even be some prizes to be won for some people if you would like to go fill that in. We absolutely want to make everything that we do better than we did before. That is our goal. Whatever we do, we try and do our best, and then we try and do it a bit better every time. So that's why we have feedback forms. Tell us what was amazing. Tell us what could be better. Share your ideas for topics and guests. What do you want to learn about? Who do you want to learn from? Give us all that information, and we will do our darndest to make it happen. All right? Go fill in that form, please, please, please. It will help us make everything we do in the future just more awesome. Help us level up. That's what we're here for. Getting awesome.
May I just say though, we thanked a lot of people, the staff, Kat, Andy, Tracy, and the rest of the people that came and talked. But I would like to give a big round of applause for Janet for being an absolute trooper. Literally, guys, because we don't know that. I mean, as her husband, I can talk about it. Yesterday, both Kat and Janet, but Janet in front of a camera and very bright light, spent 8 hours straight, not moving from her chair, apart from 2 minutes to go to the toilet and back. It was incredible. She was absolutely devastated and tired yesterday, and she just came back to do it again today. So a big bois, please, on the chat for Janet, because Janet, you've done an incredible job presenting this, and it was always so inspirational, and you were so good with your questions. It was incredible. I think all the panelists were very happy from what I could see, at least. So well done. Well done.
Oh, guys, thank you so much. The chat has gone full bois. I'm so glad. I will say the bois video that you've been seeing today is my personal cut of the bois video. That's my work. So I was very excited to preview that for everyone today. And that will be our anthem going out as well. Of course it will.
And now, and may I speak for all of the community and for all of the World Anvil users who are out here to express our gratitude to both you, Janet, and to Dimitris for providing this space for us all to express our creativity and to be a family.
Thank you, Tracy.
Guys, the feels are real. Tracy, thank you so much. Folks, you know who we are by now. We've been together for 2 days. We know each other. Don't be strangers. You know where to find us. Come hit us up on the Discord. Come chat with us. We're a world-building community, a community news family, and I love that. Folks, you know what's going to happen. Go fill in that feedback form. Go get hideously inspired to create wonderful things. Put them out in the world. Grab your hammer.
And go
World
build.
build. Folks, we'll see you all soon. Bye.